Halos of light proliferated forth from these formation flags before forming a massive spherical ball of light that shielded them within. The ball of light appeared to have impressive defensive capabilities, but all of the flying spirit beings within it were still in complete despair as they looked on at the approaching sea of wind. In the face of this vastly renowned silver tide, even their protective formation wouldn't be able to last for very long. This was something that had been verified by countless other people who had fallen to this disaster. In the face of this silver tide, there was virtually no chance of survival for anyone below the deity transformation stage. Even deity transformation stage beings would have to look to the heavens for a chance to survive such an ordeal. The only beings who could save so many of them at once were late spatial tempering or body integration stage beings, but the chances of such a powerful being coincidentally passing through this area at this time were next to zero. The group was led by a man and a woman, both of whom were at the late nascent soul stage. The two of them discussed the situation in a panicked manner, but it was clear from their strained expressions that their discussion hadn't yielded any fruits. At this point, the silver tide was only around 10 kilometers away from them, and it was going to inundate them in an instant. However, right at this moment, one of the flying spirit beings suddenly yelled in an elated manner, "Look, there seems to be someone in that silver tide." The other flying spirit beings were startled to hear this, and they hurriedly turned toward the same direction. Sure enough, there was indeed a speck of azure light within the silver tide, and the azure light seemed to contain a humanoid figure. However, due to the disruptive and chaotic world's origin chi within the silver tide, the flying spirit beings were unable to identify the person within the azure light using their spiritual sense. From where they were situated, they could see that the speck of azure light was flying in an extremely stable manner, completely disregarding the lightning and hailstones within the sea of wind. The flying spirit beings felt as if a savior had been sent down from the heavens. The two late nascent soul stage flying spirit beings glanced at one another before immediately letting loose a long cry in unison. Their contrasting feminine and masculine voices complemented one another and managed to drown out the rumbling within the silver tide. Their voices were also changing in pitch in a rhythmic manner. This was a special SOS signal among the flying spirit race. As long as the other person within the silver tide wasn't deaf, they would definitely notice this group of flying spirit beings. Sure enough, the speck of azure light faltered momentarily as soon as the long cry rang out, and the humanoid figure within the azure light turned toward the group in a surprised manner. "Which branch of the flying spirit race do you belong to? How did you end up here?" An unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out from within the ball of light around the group, and it was clearly audible to everyone. The male late nascent soul stage flying spirit being was ecstatic, and he hurriedly yelled, "We are disciples of the 5-color, white jade, and Tianping races, and we came here for training. Never did we think that we would encounter a silver tide. Please save us, Senior." However, the unfamiliar man remained silent for a long while thereafter, and didn't transmit his voice to them again. This made the hearts of the flying spirit beings sink once again. If the man wasn't confident in his ability to save all of them in this silver tide, then he naturally wouldn't take the risk to save them at his own expense. However, he didn't depart right away and seemed to be rather hesitant, so the hope in their hearts wasn't completely dashed. At this point, the sea of wind had already engulfed them, and the ball of light around them was being pelted by countless hailstones and struck by a barrage of lightning. Thunderclaps and earth-shattering rumbling immediately rang out, and the seemingly secure ball of light began to tremor violently, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. The flying spirit beings were extremely alarmed by this, and the two late nascent soul stage beings among them immediately let loose loud cries. In response, everyone tightened their grip around the formation flags they were holding, and injected their spiritual power into the flags with all their might. Thus, the spherical barrier was stabilized once again, but they clearly couldn't keep up this level of magic power expenditure for too long, so their hopes for survival still hinged on that man in the distance. Finally, the unfamiliar male voice rang out again. "All right, seeing as there are Tianping beings in your group, I can't just stand by idly and watch. I'll take you out of this place." The flying spirit beings were naturally ecstatic, yet before they had a chance to transmit their voices in response, a particularly loud thunderclap suddenly rang out from above them. Thick bolts of lightning flashed violently before intertwining to form a silver lightning formation that had a diameter in excess of 100 feet. At the center of the lightning formation, an azure-robed man with a pair of translucent wings on his back appeared. He looked down in a cold manner before making a hand seal, and a string of loud thunderclaps rang out as the lightning formation descended from above. In the instant that the lightning formation came into contact with the spherical light barrier, the latter was torn apart with ease, and the flying spirit beings were greatly alarmed by this. Before they had a chance to react, their vision was completely inundated by silver light, and they were struck by a rush of dizziness before vanishing into thin air within the lightning formation. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted thousands of kilometers away, above a section of the ocean that the silver tide hadn't yet reached, and the lightning formation re-emerged out of thin air. The trapped flying spirit beings had all been teleported to this place by the lightning formation. Upon escaping from what they had thought to be certain death, they looked around in a bewildered manner before immediately bursting into loud cries of elation upon discovering that they had truly been saved. The male late nascent soul stage flying spirit being looked up at the azure-robed man hovering in the air above them, and said, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. Are you perhaps an elder of the Tianping race?" He was completely unable to glean the azure-robed man's cultivation base, and he immediately extended a respectful bow as he spoke. Everyone else in the group had naturally also discovered that their savior was standing above them, and they hurriedly extended respectful bows as well. The azure-robed man appeared to only be in his 20s, and he replied with a faint smile, "Hee, of course not. It's just that I have some ties with the Tianping race, so I can't just stand by and watch as members of the Tianping race perish right under my nose." This man was naturally none other than Hanli, who had finally reached the territory of the flying spirit race after traveling for over 80 years. His current powers were comparable to those of a late body integration stage being, so he didn't encounter any true peril during this journey, but he did encounter quite a few obstacles along the way nonetheless. He was forced to skirt around several extremely perilous regions, which extended his journey by over 10 years, and only then did he arrive in this place. None of the flying spirit beings in the group were all that powerful, but they seemed to hold rather important statuses within the flying spirit race. The female late nascent soul stage being among them had a pair of 5-colored wings, so she was clearly a member of the 5-color race, and she said in a respectful manner, "In any case, we owe you our lives. Would you be able to grace us with the knowledge of your esteemed name? We'll be sure to notify our elders of this so they can thank you for your actions." "There's no need to thank me. I just so happened to be passing through this place, and it was a simple task for me to save your group. However, I've been cultivating in the primordial world for a long time, so I don't know too much about the situation in the flying spirit race. Would you be able to fill me in on the events that have taken place in the past few centuries?" Hanli asked. The 5-color woman replied, "Of course. During these past few centuries, many major events have taken place in our flying spirit race, but the most prominent of those events by far is that our flying spirit race finally conquered the Earth Abyss following the sudden disappearance of the demon monarchs there." Hanli was quite surprised to hear this, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "The Earth Abyss was conquered. That is indeed quite a major event. Tell me about that in detail." "Yes, Senior. This is quite a long story, and I have to begin by telling you about the holy disciple trials that took place several hundred years ago." Thus, the woman began her recount. Not long after that, azure light flashed from Hanli's body, and he flew away from the group of flying spirit beings, quickly vanishing into the distance. Following Hanli's departure, the male late nascent soul stage flying spirit being suddenly said with furrowed brows, "Junior Marshal Sister Xian, do you think it'll be an issue that we revealed that much information to that man?" What do you mean by that, Brother Mian? The five-color woman asked in a slightly taken aback manner. The man hesitated momentarily before replying, "It's just that senior never told us his name, and none of us have ever seen him before, so he may not be a member of our flying spirit race." Surely not. That senior clearly also has a pair of spirit wings, and he appeared in this area, so how could he not be a member of our flying spirit race? Someone else in the group countered. Indeed, that senior proclaims that he has some ties with the Tianping race, and he's able to control lightning, which is one of the signature abilities of the Tianping race. On top of that, if he really were an imposter trying to infiltrate our flying spirit race, then why did he save us? If he only wanted to gather information from us, then he would have killed us before his departure so we wouldn't spread word of this meeting. I think you're being a little too paranoid, Brother Mian, the five-color woman said with a nonchalant smile. The man still wasn't entirely convinced, but he forced a smile onto his face and nodded in response. Perhaps so. The five-color woman continued, even if he really were a foreign being, everything I disclosed to him is common knowledge to the members of our race, so I didn't tell him any confidential secrets, which means there's nothing to worry about. For now, our top priority should be to get far away from this place. If the silver tide catches up to us again, then we'll truly fall to our demise. Indeed, it's best for us to get away from here as quickly as possible. You're right, Senior Marshal Sister Xian. The man who just saved us clearly possesses unfathomable powers. Even if he really is a foreign being, it's not like we can do anything about him. We should focus on ensuring our own safety. The other flying spirit beings chimed in agreement, and some of them even began to look around with fear in their eyes. At this point, Hanli was already several thousand kilometers away, flying as a streak of azure light with a contemplative look on his face. He had learned about all of the major events that had taken place within the flying spirit race during the past few centuries, but most of these events had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to pay them any heed. There were only two things that were worthy of his attention, the first of which was that the four demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss seemed to have failed to return from the Infernal River. As a result, the Earth Abyss was conquered by the flying spirit race, and nearly all of the demons in the Earth Abyss were exterminated. The second thing was that Bai Bai and Lei Lan, the two holy disciples from several hundred years ago, had both returned safely to the Tianping race. They had then gone on to become holy masters, thereby saving the Tianping race from destruction. Both Qing Yuanzi and the Mayfly race had ties with the Infernal River, and there seemed to be other important secrets hidden within it as well, so it wasn't a surprise that the four demon monarchs had been trapped there. However, this made it slightly difficult for him to access the Infernal River. The guiding coordinate that he and Qing Yuanzi had agreed on lay deep within the Earth Abyss. If he couldn't get to that location, he wouldn't be able to enter the Infernal River even with the replica of the star-defying plate that had been given to him. Even the four monarchs had to expend a vast amount of time and effort to open up a passageway to the Infernal River. His current powers may be comparable to those of a late-body integration cultivator, but he still wasn't confident in his ability to accomplish such a monumental feat on his own. As for his relationship with the Tianping race, that was rather ambiguous. He had once posed as a holy disciple of the Tianping race and managed to obtain the 12 awakening transformations from them, but at the same time, the elders of the Tianping race had forced him into the Earth Abyss, where he had almost perished by the hands of the four demon monarchs on multiple occasions. However, if he wanted to access the Earth Abyss again, there was a good chance that he would have to turn to them. After contemplating this issue for a long while, he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a blue jade slip and a round white plate. He placed the jade slip against his own forehead to inspect the information it contained, then removed the jade slip from his forehead and began to carefully inspect the white plate. After some further contemplation, he seemed to have finally made a decision. He stowed the two items away, following which the azure streak of light that he was situated in abruptly accelerated to around twice its original speed. 5 months later, a ball of dazzling azure light hurtled through the air close to 100 kilometers away from the holy city of the Tianping race. Prior to even reaching the city, a clear cry rang out from within the azure streak of light. Initially, the sound wasn't very loud, but it was relentless and insistent, and it quickly reverberated in the air above the entire city. Such an astonishing turn of events naturally alerted all of the high-grade beings within the holy city, and several humanoid figures immediately rushed out of a few of the tall buildings in the city. These figures then quickly rose up into the air before looking on at the approaching ball of azure light in a bewildered manner. The azure ball of light was still some distance away from them, but the astonishingly powerful aura emanating from within it struck them with a sense of asphyxiation. Curiously enough, this aura was extremely familiar to them as it belonged to the Kunpeng, the deity that was worshipped by their race. However, the only person in their entire race with such a pure Kunpeng aura seemed to be their Grand Elder after undergoing her Kunpeng transformation. With that in mind, the others all turned toward a white-robed young woman with a pair of golden wings. She was standing on the spot with a calm expression, but there was a slightly bewildered look in her eyes as well as she looked on at the approaching ball of azure light. This was none other than the Grand Elder of the Tianping race, Jin Yu. She was at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so even though she was quite alarmed by the aura emanating from the azure ball of light, she wasn't fearful of it. She quickly made a hand seal, and golden light flashed through her eyes as she unleashed some kind of spirit eye ability. Thus, she was able to peer directly into the scintillating ball of azure light, upon which her expression took on a noticeable change. There was an early body integration stage elderly man with a crimson beard standing beside her, and he asked, "Who is it, Grand Elder?" Jin Yu had a rather peculiar look on her face, and she was silent for a moment before shaking her head as she replied, "You'll know soon enough, Elder Su." Elder Su naturally couldn't ask any further questions upon hearing this, and the other body integration stage elders also remained silent as they turned their attention to the approaching ball of azure light again. Moments later, the ball of light in the distance arrived before them amid gusts of fierce winds, following which the light faded to reveal a giant azure bird. The bird was around 100 feet in length with feathers that looked as if they had been constructed from iron and steel. Its talons were like hooks, and it was completely identical to the true spirit, Kunpeng. Even though everyone had already suspected this to be the case, their expression still changed slightly at the sight of this massive Kunpeng. Before any of them had a chance to say anything, the giant bird flapped its wings, and the long cry emanating from within its beak abruptly cut off. In the next instant, azure runes revolved around its body, and it expanded drastically in size. After just a few flashes, it had swelled to several thousand feet in size and resembled a small mountain. Its golden eyes were extremely bright, and with just a gentle flap of its wings, fierce winds and flashing lightning were immediately swept up in the surrounding area. The enormous aura emanating from the gargantuan bird's body forced even the early body integration stage elders of the Tianping race to stumble back a few steps in astonishment. Jin Yu remained completely still on the spot, but her expression had also changed slightly, and an ecstatic look had appeared in her eyes. "Who are you? You must be a member of our Tianping race to have cultivated the Kunping transformation to such an extent, so why aren't you revealing your true form to us?" Jin Yu finally spoke, and her voice was slightly hoarse from her incredulity. The giant bird glanced at Jin Yu before suddenly speaking in a human tongue. Only after a long while did all of these Tianping beings disperse in a perplexed manner and continued with what they were doing before this interlude. 1. IGT, just a reminder, Spirit Generals equals Deity Transformation, Great Spirit Generals equals Spatial Tempering, and Holy Race equals Body Integration. Han Li and the others followed Jin Yu to a massive hall at the center of the holy city, and they all took a seat. Following instructions from Jin Yu, several young female servants immediately made their way into the hall, setting down things like spirit tea and spirit fruits onto the tables. Up to this point, Jin Yu was still treating Han Li like a normal guest, and there didn't seem to be any abnormal response from her. Han Li calmly took a sip of the spirit tea offered to him before giving a slight nod. "What do you think of this tea, fellow Daoist Han? This is the fragrant maiden tea that can only be found in our holy city, and only several tens of kilograms are produced per year. Not only can this spirit tea only be picked at dawn, it can only be picked by beautiful virgin maidens. Otherwise, it'll be far less fragrant," Jin Yu said with a smile as she also took a sip of tea. "This tea is indeed quite delectable," Han Li praised. "If you like it, I can gift some to you," Jin Yu said with a smile before clapping her hands together, then turned to a servant standing beside her, and instructed, "Go to the tea orchard and bring 5 kilograms of our finest fragrant maiden tea." "Yes, Grand Elder." The servant was rather surprised to be called upon, but she immediately gave an affirmative response before hurrying out of the hall. Han Li was also rather surprised by this gesture, but his expression remained unchanged as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Jin." The other elders were quite taken aback by this as well, but none of them said anything. "Allow me to make an introduction. Everyone, this is fellow Daoist Han, the human who once saved our Tianping race during the Holy Disciple trials. I'm sure all of you have heard of him, but not all of you have seen him before," Jin Yu explained to the elders who were only meeting Han Li for the first time. "What? That's him. Didn't he die in the earth abyss?" The other elders were quite stunned to hear this, with the exception of Elder Su and the other female elder who had met Han Li in the past, and they both exchanged a wry smile. "I encountered some opportunities in the earth abyss and managed to escape from the demon monarchs. After that, I returned to my own human race." "You wouldn't fault me for that, would you, fellow Daoist Jin?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "Of course not. If it weren't for your efforts several hundred years ago, there was no way that Bai Bai and Lana would have passed the trial and become holy masters of our race. Your actions saved our Tianping race, and in doing so, you fulfilled our agreement, so you had earned your freedom. However, I must say that I'm truly stunned to see that you managed to become a holy race being even though you were only a deity transformation cultivator several centuries ago. I presume you had something to do with the disappearance of the 4 demon monarchs. If you don't mind, would you be able to disclose what happened between you and the demon monarchs?" Jin Yu asked, and all of the other elders immediately turned to Han Li, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Han Li merely smiled and replied, "I was only made aware that the 4 demon monarchs had disappeared after I entered the territory of your flying spirit race. Speaking of which, this has something to do with my visit. I can't disclose to you what the events that took place between me and the demon monarchs, but I can promise you that there's no way they'll be able to return to the earth abyss. As for the progression in my cultivation base, this is a result of some opportunities that I encountered in the primordial world. It seems that you've also made significant strides in your cultivation base, isn't that right, fellow Daoist Jin?" Han Li's blatant refusal to answer Jin Yu's question made her rather displeased, and a cold look flashed through her eyes as her expression fell slightly. "If you're unwilling to disclose the information, then I naturally won't force you to do so. However, there must be a reason why you suddenly appeared outside our holy city in your Kuanping form. Have you returned to intimidate our Tianping race now that you've reached the holy race?" Seeing as Jin Yu had cast aside her pretenses of geniality, the other elders also turned to Han Li with cold unfriendly looks in their eyes. As opposed to being alarmed by this situation, Han Li smiled, and asked, "What did you think of my Kuanping transformation, fellow Daoist Jin?" A peculiar look flashed through Jin Yu's eyes upon hearing this, but she harumphed coldly, "Humph. It is indeed quite impressive that a foreign being like you was able to refine Kuanping true blood to such an extent. Do you really think it's that simple, fellow Daoist Jin?" Han Li chuckled in a mysterious manner. "What are you trying to say, fellow Daoist Han?" I don't enjoy playing guessing games, Jinyu asked in a cold voice as her eyes narrowed slightly. In contrast, Elder Su and the other elders were rather perplexed by this exchange. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, and as opposed to offering a reply, he flipped a hand over to summon a white jade slip, then tossed it over to Jinyu with a flick of his wrist. What's the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Han? Jinyu asked as she reflexively caught the jade slip. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, I think it would be in your best interest to inspect the contents of the jade slip before we continue in our discussion, Han Li replied calmly. Jinyu was still rather skeptical, but after hesitating a while longer, she still adhered the jade slip to her forehead before injecting a wisp of spiritual sense into it. Moments later, she exclaimed, "This is..." Her reaction naturally created a stir among the Tianping race elders, but she was too ecstatic to pay them any heed and was completely absorbed by the contents of the jade slip. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he took another sip of tea in a relaxed manner. Thus, a peculiar atmosphere settled over the entire hall as time slowly passed by, and only after a long while did Jinyu finally remove the jade slip from her forehead as she heaved a long sigh. She then turned to Han Li with an extremely complex expression, and asked, "Where did you get this cultivation art from? Don't tell me that you created it. This cultivation art is extremely profound, but it's clearly designed for us Tianping beings." As expected, you managed to identify the crux of the matter right away. However, the identity of the person who invented this cultivation art isn't important. What's important is the value that this cultivation art will bring to your race, Han Li replied with a smile, seemingly having already predicted Jinyu's question. This is clearly only half of the cultivation art. I presume you're not just showing it to me for the sake of it. You want to enter the Earth Abyss? Jinyu was quite taken aback to hear this. Will that be difficult to arrange? Hasn't the flying spirit race already conquered the Earth Abyss? It should be a simple task for you to take me there, Han Li said in a calm manner. Jinyu stroked the jade slip with her finger momentarily before replying with a wry smile, "If you had come 100 years earlier, then it would indeed have been a simple matter to take you into the Earth Abyss, but now, things are not so simple." "Oh. Why is that?" Han Li asked. After a brief hesitation, Jinyu explained, "Around 100 years ago, someone stumbled upon an extremely obscure mine of precious ore on the deepest level of the Earth Abyss. Not only is this mine extremely important to our flying spirit race, it contains an astonishing amount of ore. In order to prevent the mine from being exploited in secret, the entire Earth Abyss is in a state of semi-lockdown. In particular, the deepest level where the mine was found is inaccessible even to the elders of all of the races unless special permission is given." Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he smiled as he replied, "The deepest level? When did I say that I wanted to go there? I only need to go to the third level of the Earth Abyss." "In that case, this certainly isn't completely non-negotiable, but if you want me to agree to this exchange, you have to disclose to me the true reason why you want to enter the Earth Abyss. After all, the Earth Abyss is now an extremely important part of the flying spirit race's territory, and it could contain many hidden secrets yet to be discovered. You can't just expect me to blindly take an outsider into such an important place. The cultivation art you're offering is indeed extremely important to our Tianping race, but I still can't do something so irrational," Jinyu said in a serious manner. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but moments later, he heaved a faint sigh, and replied, "I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, I only want to enter the third level of the Earth Abyss as I have an agreement with a senior, which necessitates a trip to the third level. Once there, he'll be able to guide me into a separate space. This has nothing to do with the flying spirit race, so there's no conflict of interest whatsoever. That is the extent of what I'm willing to reveal." A thought occurred to Jinyu upon hearing this, and her expression changed drastically. "A separate space. You're already at the mid-holy race. Could it be that the senior you're referring to is? Okay, so it seems that after reaching the holy race, everything is split up into early, mid, and late again, rather than 9 tiers like the upper race. That's right, but please do keep this information to yourself. This senior has some ties with our human race, and it was thanks to him that I was able to escape from the demon monarchs during my last venture into the earth abyss. I was asked by this senior to return to meet him again, so if I'm unable to do so, perhaps he won't take very kindly to your race, Hanley said in a meaningful voice. Are you threatening me? Jean Yu's expression immediately darkened. Definitely not. However, this senior has been residing in the earth abyss for countless years, and my trip to visit him is quite important to him as well. I'm sure you wouldn't want to make such a powerful enemy for your flying spirit race for no reason, right? Hanley said with a hint of a smile. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Jean Yu harumphed coldly. That's simple. You can take me to the 3rd level of the earth abyss in person, then witness the process through which I depart. I'm sure that should erase all of your doubts and suspicions. If you feel like something is amiss, you can just prevent me from making my departure. I'm sure that would be a simple task for a late holy race being like you. Of course, if you're still feeling hesitant, then I have no objections if you bring along more people with you, Hanley replied. This is indeed a good plan, but I'm still not convinced. Even several centuries ago, you were already far more powerful than your cultivation base suggested. Now that you've reached the mid-holy race, I'm not confident in my ability to keep you in check, Jean Yu said in a wary manner. Aren't you being a little too naive, fellow Daoist Jean? The cultivation art I'm giving you can enhance the power of your race's Kuanping transformation by close to 50%. With this cultivation art, your Tianping race could become one of the most powerful branches of the flying spirit race in the next 10,000 years, yet you don't want to incur any risk at all for such an incredible opportunity? Hanley said in a slightly mocking manner. Jean Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. I'd advise you not to try anything silly, fellow Daoist Jean. You should be well aware that I only dared to come here alone as I'm confident in my ability to ensure my own safety. On top of that, I haven't recorded the second half of the cultivation art into a jade slip, and it exists only in my spiritual sense. If you try to obtain it through any other methods, I can destroy it in an instant, and you can try to keep me here, but I'm not sure you have the means to do so, Hanley chuckled as he narrowed his eyes slightly. After considering the situation for a long while, Jean Yu finally sighed, and conceded, I wouldn't do that, fellow Daoist Han. You once did our race a great service, so I certainly wouldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. In that case, I'll find a way to take you to the 3rd level of the earth abyss. However, you'll have to wait for some time for us to prepare everything, so why don't you stay in our holy city during that time? You've made a wise decision, fellow Daoist Jean, but I still have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be staying in your holy city. I'll return in half a month. I'm sure that'll be enough time for you to prepare everything, Hanley said with a smile as he rose to his feet. It was quite clear that he didn't trust the Tianping race enough to stay in the holy city, and Jean Yu could only offer a wry smile. In that case, I look forward to our meeting in half a month's time. Before you leave. Jean Yu suddenly turned toward the entrance of the hall, and transmitted her voice outside. Bring me the spirit tea that I asked for. Moments later, a servant hurriedly made her way into the hall before handing a yellow leather pouch over to Hanley. Thank you for the gift. Hanley swept a sleeve over the leather pouch to accept it, then cupped his fist in a farewell salute toward Jean Yu before departing. Not long after that, a streak of azure light shot forth from the holy city, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. A while later, Hanley descended onto a nondescript mountain hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the holy city. He then quickly erected a secret chamber under the mountain before setting up a profound concealment formation at the entrance. After making his way into the secret chamber, he took a seat on the ground with his legs crossed and thought back to what he had said and done during his visit to the holy city, assessing whether he had made any errors. After a long while, he heaved a faint sigh, and the contemplative look in his eyes faded. On this occasion, he had intentionally revealed his Kunping transformation to attract the attention of the Tianping race. With his current level of mastery of the 12 awakening transformations, his Kunping transformation was naturally extremely powerful, far more so than the innate transformation that Tianping beings possessed. However, only Jin Yu could identify the specific disparities between the two transformations, which was why she had been so astonished at the sight of Hanli. Of course, Hanli only dared to do something like this as he was confident he would be able to protect himself, even if all of the Tianping race elders were to turn on him. He still couldn't defeat all of them at once, but no one could stop him if he were to escape. This was something that Jin Yu was naturally also well aware of. That, in conjunction with the vastly improved Kunping transformation that Hanli had displayed, was why she had acted so politely toward him in the beginning. As for the cultivation art that he had offered as part of the exchange, that was something that he had created after taking into account his knowledge of both the 12 awakening transformations and the Gu family's spirit blood refinement method. The cultivation art would indeed be extraordinarily effective to Tianping beings, which was why Jin Yu had been so interested. Now that he had made this agreement with Jin Yu, he should be able to access the Earth Abyss with no issues. Even though the Tianping race was one of the weaker branches of the flying spirit race, Jin Yu was still a late holy race being, so this really shouldn't be too difficult for her to arrange. Without her help, it would definitely be far more difficult for him to infiltrate the Earth Abyss. However, he still had to constantly be on his guard when he went back to meet Jin Yu again in case she did something hot-headed. Of course, after he had hinted at the fact that this matter was related to a Grand Ascension stage being, the possibility of that happening was naturally far smaller. With that in mind, Hanli set aside that train of thought and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Meanwhile, the elders of the Tianping race had just departed from a large hall in the holy city following a discussion with Jin Yu. Thus, Jin Yu was left by herself on the main seat within the hall, and she seemed to be pondering something with a contemplative look on her face. Half a month flew by in a flash, and on this day, several streaks of light flew away from the holy city, traveling deeper into flying spirit race territory. Among these streaks of light was Hanli in his usual azure robes, the white-robed Jin Yu, and a young woman with arcs of lightning flashing around her body. The woman had a pair of large bright eyes, and she was none other than one of the Tianping race's two holy masters, Lei Lan. Fellow Daoist Han, I'll be sending the holy master into one of the Earth Abyss's secret areas to cultivate her glacial baleful secret technique, and you'll pose as her guard. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be issues, but you still have to be careful when undergoing checks. After all, the innate abilities that some of our high-grade flying spirit beings are extremely unpredictable. If the guards on duty are adept in detection secret techniques, then there could be some trouble, Jin Yu said in a serious manner. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, I have some confidence in my own concealment techniques. As long as I don't encounter any of your race's Grand Ascension stage seniors, there shouldn't be any issues, Hanli said in a confident manner, and his confidence certainly wasn't baseless. He possessed the Tianping true blood within his body, and his thunderstorm wings had also been cultivated to the point where it was virtually a part of his body, so he would naturally have no trouble posing as a guard from the Tianping race. I'm glad you're so confident, fellow Daoist. Holy Master Lan, we'll be counting on you, Jin Yu replied with a nod before turning to the silver-robed woman beside her. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I really do have a type of secret technique that requires glacial baleful qi to cultivate, and I visited the Earth Abyss for this very same reason several decades ago, so the guard definitely won't suspect anything, the silver-robed woman replied in a respectful manner before her gaze strayed involuntarily toward Hanli again, and there was clearly a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Even though she had already been made aware prior to setting off that Han Li had become a mid-holy race being, she was still extremely stunned to see this for herself. Back when they were undertaking the Earth Abyss trials together, she could already tell that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested, but it was downright absurd that he had managed to progress to the mid-holy race after just several centuries. However, as the Holy Maiden, it would be unbefitting of her to let her astonishment get the better of herself, so she merely extended a respectful salute of gratitude toward Han Li for assisting her and Bai during the Earth Abyss trials, and repressed her curiosity thereafter. As for Bai himself, he was apparently cultivating some kind of secret technique in seclusion, so he was unable to meet Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Jin Yu's face in response to Lei Lan's reassuring words, and she nodded before falling silent again. Thus, the three of them continued in their journey, and quickly left the holy city behind. Several months later, Han Li's trio finally arrived at the giant city guarding the Earth Abyss, and from a distance, they could see a row of armored figures standing atop the city wall. Jin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she led Han Li and Lei Lan on a descent before flying toward a certain city gate. There were a dozen or so Earth Abyss guards with wings of different colors situated at the Azure City Gate, and they were appraising Han Li's trio with wary looks on their faces. The three of them landed in front of the guards, and at this point, Han Li had already altered his own appearance. At the same time, he had restricted his own magic power to only around the spatial tempering stage. The leader of this group of guards was a mid-spatial tempering stage being, and he extended a salute toward Jin Yu before asking, "Are you from the Tianping race, senior? May I ask why you've come here? It isn't time to change the guards yet." He was unable to glean Jin Yu's exact cultivation base, but he knew that she was definitely a holy race being. As for Han Li and Lei Lan, they seemed to have been unconsciously ignored by him. It was no wonder that he held such an attitude. The guards here had been constantly fighting Earth Abyss demons for many years, so their powers far outstripped their peers of the same cultivation base. As such, they had all developed a hint of arrogance toward beings from other branches of the flying spirit race. Jin Yu remained unbothered by this and merely smiled as she raised a hand, upon which a blue jade badge shot forth out of her sleeve before landing in the guard's hand. The guard was rather perplexed by this, but upon inspecting the jade badge, his expression immediately changed as he returned the badge respectful with both hands, then said, "Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Jin, I didn't recognize you as the Grand Elder of the Tianping race. According to the agreement signed by all the races, the Grand Elders have the right to access the Earth Abyss at any time, so I'm sure you'll have no issues granting me passage, right?" Jin Yu said as she took the jade badge back from the guard. "Of course," the guard immediately replied before waving a hand, upon which all of the guards stepped away to the side, opening up a passageway for Han Li's trio. Jin Yu merely nodded upon seeing this before leading Han Li and Lei Lan in through the city gate. On the other side of the city gate, Han Li was greeted by the sight of a series of cylindrical pavilions that were each around 300 to 400 feet tall. They were situated in dense clusters and spread over most of the city. However, there were very few people inside the city, only a few groups of guards that were patrolling the entire city at low altitudes. "Let's go, there's no reason to delay here." Jin Yu transmitted her voice to Han Li and Lei Lan before rising up into the air and flying toward the city wall on the other side. Han Li and Lei Lan naturally followed along behind her. 2 hours later, they arrived in front of another massive azure wall, and on one face of the wall, there was a giant shimmering silver formation that had been carved onto its surface. In front of the formation was another group of guards wearing suits of armor of different colors. However, what was rather strange was aside from these guards, there was also an azure-armored middle-aged man seated atop a futon with his eyes tightly shut. Han Li's heart immediately stirred at the sight of this man, and Jin Yu's pupils also abruptly contracted. This man was none other than the general of the guards of this place, Jin Feng. Han Li had met him once in the past, and he knew that this man was a being at the pinnacle of the holy race. It appeared that he was guarding the entrance to the earth abyss in person. Jin Yu was slightly flustered by this unexpected occurrence, but her expression remained calm as she smiled, and said, "I'm quite surprised to see you here, General Jin. It's been several centuries since we last met. How have you been?" The Azure Armored slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Jin Yu's words before replying, "Long time no see, Fairy Jin. Why have you come here rather than staying in the Tianping race to cultivate?" "I should be asking you that. Since when did the entrance to the Earth Abyss require General Jin to guard?" Jin Yu asked with a smile. "Under normal circumstances, I naturally wouldn't be tasked with this duty, but a major event recently took place, so I had no choice but to take on this role," Jin Feng replied in a calm manner. "Major event?" Jin Yu was rather taken aback to hear this. Thus, Jin Feng waved a hand, and some of the guards immediately stepped forward before purple wooden badges appeared in their hands amid flashes of spiritual light. The wooden badges glowed bright, and two purple pillars of light shot forth before vanishing into the center of the formation on the wall in a flash. A buzzing sound immediately rang out from the silver formation, following which a giant silver gate appeared on that section of the city wall. The gate was several hundred feet tall and gave off a very cold light, looking as if it had been constructed entirely from metal. Jin Feng then began to chant something before sweeping a sleeve toward the gate, and a burst of azure light erupted forth. As a result, the gate was slowly opened. "Thank you for your efforts, fellow Daoist," Jin Yu said with a smile. She then led Hanli and Lei Lan through the giant gate as three streaks of light, quickly vanishing into the world beyond the gate. Jin Feng stood in front of the giant gate and looked on as they disappeared from view. He had a contemplative look on his face, as if there were a nagging concern in his heart. "Perhaps I'm just being too paranoid. I did sense something slightly off about that guard, but there shouldn't be any issues. Jin Yu is the Grand Elder of the Tianping race, so she wouldn't do anything detrimental to the Flying Spirit race," Jin Feng murmured to himself before issuing an instruction to have the gate closed again. After that, he sat down at his original spot again before closing his eyes. On the other side, Han Li's trio was situated beneath a massive sea of mist, flying toward the entrance to the Earth Abyss. Back when Han Li had been a deity transformation cultivator, flying through these winds had been a slightly difficult task. However, now that he was at the mid-body integration stage, they naturally posed no impediment to him at all. Even when he encountered those black glacial winds at the end, they were all easily repelled as a layer of azure light flashed from his body. As for Lei Lan, she was being protected by Jin Yu, so her safety was naturally ensured. Not long after that, they were greeted by the sight of the Earth Abyss entrance, which resembled a gigantic funnel. Han Li looked down at the giant funnel through narrowed eyes before descending toward it without any hesitation. Jin Yu and Lei Lan exchanged a glance before also doing the same. After entering the Earth Abyss, Han Li was immediately buffeted by fierce winds from all directions, and everything was quite similar to when he had last entered the place. Around 10 minutes later, he suddenly stopped in his descent, and at this point, he had finally entered the first level of the Earth Abyss. However, as he inspected his surroundings, his brows immediately furrowed slightly. He was situated in the air above a murky gray swamp. There was a faint layer of green mist over the swamp, and it was giving off a faint odor of decaying plant matter. It was quite clear that this wasn't the same place he had entered through last time. Han Li turned to Jin Yu and asked, "Fellow Daoist Jin, do you know where this place is and whether it's close to the entrance to the second level?" "According to the map, this place is around half a day of travel away from the entrance to the second level. I suggest you take some precautions, fellow Daoist. The poison from the swamp down below poses no threat to us, but there are special flowers that grow exclusively here, and they are home to swarms of poisonous hornets that are quite troublesome," Jin Yu replied as she looked down at the swamp below. Now that the entire Earth abyss had been conquered by the flying spirit race, the map had become far clearer and more detailed than before, so Jin Yu was able to identify this place right away. Hornets, eh? Hanli merely smiled upon hearing this. Thus, after a brief discussion to determine the direction they should be progressing toward, they continued on their journey. Half a day later, Han Li's trio appeared in the air above a certain mountain range. After flying for close to 2 more hours, they arrived near a strange mountain at the center of the mountain range. This mountain was rather strange as the entire mountain was split into 2 halfway up, making it resemble a massive character. The entire mountain was of a bare and barren gray color, and according to the map, this was where the entrance to the second level was situated. Thus far, their journey had been very smooth. They did encounter some hornets over the swamp, but Hanli took care of them with ease with his swords, and after that, they barely encountered any further obstacles, so they almost weren't delayed at all. It seemed that most of the low-grade demons on the first level had been wiped out. That made sense considering how those low-grade demons didn't have much value, so there was naturally no need for the flying spirit race to keep them around. Just as they were about to fly under the mountain, Han Li's expression suddenly changed momentarily before immediately returning to normal. In contrast, Jin Yu suddenly stopped right in front of the mountain, and yelled with a dark expression, "Who's there? Show yourself." The space near the entrance of the mountain suddenly twisted and warped, following which a winged humanoid figure appeared out of thin air before extending a respectful bow toward Jin Yu. Ming Zhen pays his respects to Grand Elder Jin and Holy Master Lei. This was a late spatial tempering stage man from the Tianping race, and he wore a suit of blue armor. The same scenes unfolded nearby as 5 more humanoid figures emerged one after another. However, these people merely extended salutes toward Jin Yu, but didn't say anything. Everyone in this group was at the spatial tempering stage. Jin Yu could sense astonishing baleful auras emanating from their bodies, and she said, "Greetings, Junior Mingzhen. If you're here, then that must mean they're all members of the law enforcement squad as well. Could it be that you're hiding here to ambush the person who robbed the mine warehouse? So you've already heard about what's happened. Indeed, we were ordered to guard this entrance, Grand Elder. Why have you and Holy Master Lei come here?" The male Tianping being asked in a slightly hesitant manner. "I heard about what happened from General Jin. As for why I'm here with Holy Master Lei Lan, that's because we have some important matters to attend to here in the Earth Abyss. We won't be staying here for too long," Jin Yu explained without going into any detail. "I see. In that case, I won't delay you any longer. If you encounter that thief on the lower levels, please detain him. The entire second level is being guarded by the law enforcement squad, so he should still be hiding on one of the lower levels," the male Tianping being said in a respectful manner. "Hee, I'll be sure to step in if I encounter anyone suspicious. Make sure to guard this place well. I'll be leaving with Holy Master Lei Lan now." Jin Yu nodded before immediately continuing on toward the mountain, and soon, Han Li's trio had vanished under the mountain. After Han Li's trio had departed, a gray-winged flying spirit being turned to Ming Zhen, and said, "Is that the Grand Elder of your race, Brother Ming Zhen? She really is unfathomably powerful as the rumors suggest. With the presence of this Grand Elder Jin, your Tianping race won't have to worry about its survival for at least the next few tens of thousands of years. Come to think of it, who was that other man? He seems to have a similar cultivation base to ours, but I don't think I've ever seen him before." Grand Elder Jin is naturally an extremely important figure in our race, but the main reason behind why none of the other races have targeted our Tianping race is due to the existence of our 2 holy masters. As for the man who was accompanying them, I haven't seen him before either. However, that's not anything to be surprised about. Our Tianping race has always been one of the weaker branches of the flying spirit race, but our population still numbers in the hundreds of millions. Are you just going to be suspicious toward every single unfamiliar face you see? Ming-Zhen replied with a slightly dark expression, clearly not impressed by the suspicions raised by the gray-winged being. I was only asking out of curiosity, Brother Zhen. I naturally have full trust in the Grand Elder and Holy Master of your race, the gray-winged man replied in a slightly sheepish manner. Alright, this is not the place to be having a chat, don't forget that we're still on a mission. Hide yourselves right away, a woman with a pair of pristine white horns on her head and a pair of purple wings on her back suddenly said. Thus, the conversation was abruptly abandoned, and everyone hurriedly nodded in response, seemingly quite wary of this woman. All 6 of the Tianping beings present made their own hand seals, and they all vanished into thin air again. Meanwhile, Han Li's trio was situated within a cloud of black mist, and they were flying in a downward direction. Looks like the warehouse robber really is quite powerful, even an entrance like this one is being guarded by 6 great spirit generals. It seems that the thief is either a holy race being or possesses powers on that level, Jin Yu said as she flew, and there was a hint of mockery in her voice. Oh. It sounds like you're not overly concerned about this mine, Han Li remarked. Why should I care about it? The mine is supposedly there to benefit all of the branches in the flying spirit race, but in reality, most of the ore mined from it are taken by the handful of the most powerful branches. Our Tianping race barely gets anything, Jin Yu chuckled coldly in response. I see. It looks like even though your Tianping race managed to avoid being wiped out, your situation still isn't a very optimistic one, Han Li said in a contemplative manner. If not for this, I wouldn't have agreed to this deal in exchange for that cultivation art. With that cultivation art up our sleeve, the Tianping race will definitely become a force to be reckoned with again in just a few tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, you'd best make sure that there are no issues with that second half of the cultivation art, fellow Daoist Han, Jin Yu said in a meaningful voice. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, once we reach the agreed location, I'll issue the second half of the cultivation art to you right away for examination. If there are any issues, I'll take full accountability, Han Li replied with a smile. Good. Jin Yu gave a clipped response before falling silent. Moments later, the black mist began to thin out, and they finally arrived on the second level of the earth abyss. The surrounding space is very stable, and there doesn't seem to be any spatial nodes here, Jin Yu said as she looked around with her brows furrowed in skepticism. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, that senior gave me these coordinates, so they can't be wrong, Han Li replied with a smile. Alright, I'll trust your judgment then, fellow Daoist Han. Seeing as I brought you here as promised, isn't it time you gave me the second half of the cultivation art? Jin Yu asked with a serious look on her face. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Jin, I wouldn't go back on my word. Here is the second half of the cultivation art, Han Li said with a smile as he turned a hand over to reveal a yellow jade slip, which he tossed to Jin Yu with a flick of his wrist. Jin Yu's eyes immediately lit up as she caught the jade slip, then immediately pressed it against her own forehead. Han Li then swept a sleeve through the air, and 5 colored formation flags flew out from within before revolving around him. The formation flags then transformed into 5 colored pillars of light that erupted into the heavens. He then made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals in succession, all of which vanished into the pillars of light in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a 5-colored light formation appeared at the center of the pillars of light, and it was glowing with bright and piercing spiritual light. Han Li then began to chant something as one top-grade spirit stone after another flew out of his sleeve. Soon, over 100 such spirit stones had been released, and they all disappeared into the light formation. Immediately thereafter, he tossed the disc in his hand forward, and it hovered in front of him as he flicked his fingers toward it in quick succession, seemingly working to activate it. Lei Lan observed everything in silence, and as bright light began to glow from the disc, she couldn't help but turn to Jin Yu with a hint of concern in her eyes. Jin Yu's eyes were still closed at this point, but there was clearly an elated expression on her face, so it seemed that the second half of the cultivation art was authentic. Lei Lan naturally heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Hanli let loose a low cry before pointing a finger at the disc. At this point, it had transformed into a ball of white light, and it slowly hovered toward the center of the five-colored light formation, then fused as one with the formation amid a dull thump. At this moment, Hanli stopped what he was doing and turned to Jin Yu. "What do you think, fellow Daoist Jin? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with?" "Not at all. This is indeed the second half of the cultivation art, and I must thank you on behalf of our entire race for this precious gift," Jin Yu replied in an extremely pleased manner as she finally withdrew her spiritual sense from the jade slip. "Hee, there's no need to thank me, this was a mutually beneficial trade, after all." "In that case, I'll be taking my leave," Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. Jin Yu returned his salute with a smile, and said, "I wish you the best of luck, fellow Daoist Han." "Hee, thank you for your kind words. Holy Master Lei, I wish you luck in progressing to the holy race soon," Hanli chuckled as he turned his gaze to Lei Lan. "Thank you, Senior, I'll be sure to work hard," Lei Lan replied with a curtsy and a rather complex look on her face. "All right, it's time for me to leave." Hanli gave the two women a quick nod before stepping into the five-colored light formation, following which a burst of chanting immediately rang out. A burst of loud rumbling then suddenly erupted from the light formation, and countless silver runes surged forth in a frenzy. The white ball of light at the center of the formation also swelled to several times its original size, taking up almost the entire light formation. I'd meet you again, let alone under these circumstances. I presume you must the one who's been stealing from the mine warehouse," Hanli said. In the instant before he was teleported away, he had discovered that someone else had barged into the formation, but the teleportation had already commenced at that point, so he could only allow that person to be teleported into the infernal river with him. However, never did he think that this man would be someone that he recognized. "Oh. From the sounds of it, you seem to know who I am." Standing several hundred feet away from Hanli was a thin middle-aged man in a set of long blue robes. He wore a faint smile on his face, and was quite calm and collected. "How has that lightning beast of yours been developing, fellow Daoist Yu? I'm sure it must have played a big role in your progression to the holy race," Hanli said as a cold smile appeared on his face. The man's calm expression instantly transformed into one of bewilderment upon hearing mention of the term lightning beast, and he yelled, "Who are you? How do you know about the lightning beast?" At the same time, his terrifying early body integration stage aura was released toward Hanli without any reservation. This man was none other than the shopkeeper with the Yu surname that Hanli had last met in the holy city of the Tianping race. At the time, the shopkeeper had promised Hanli an azure shifting fruit in exchange for his services to help him tame a certain lightning beast. Two other spatial tempering cultivators had also been recruited for the task, but in the end, after they had successfully helped the shopkeeper tame the lightning beast, the latter had turned on them and tried to kill them. Only after displaying his extraordinary powers did Hanli manage to survive that ordeal, and the shopkeeper had begrudgingly given him an azure shifting fruit core before they parted ways. At the time, he had already realized that this was a very mysterious figure who definitely wasn't an ordinary Tianping being. The fact that he had progressed to the early holy race after just several hundred years further vindicated Hanli's suspicions toward him. However, Hanli was now far more powerful than he had been in the past, and even though he had restricted his own aura to the mid-spatial tempering stage, that was still completely incomparable to his past cultivation base. On top of that, he had also altered his own appearance, so it was no wonder that the shopkeeper had been unable to recognize him. In the face of the astonishing spiritual pressure the man was releasing, Hanli's expression remained calm, and in the next instant, he also released a burst of spiritual pressure that should only belong to holy race beings. A resounding boom rang out as the two bursts of spiritual pressure clashed, then nullified one another, indicating that they were evenly matched. You're also an early holy race being. Shopkeeper Yu's heart immediately jolted upon seeing this. He had been following Han Li's trio from afar, and after seeing that Han Li had a way to leave the Earth Abyss, he had barged into Han Li's teleportation formation without any hesitation. He had thought that Han Li was only at the spatial tempering stage, so he hadn't been overly wary of him. If he had known Han Li's true cultivation base in advance, he may not have followed through with his initial plan. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and in the next instant, the spiritual pressure he released became even more powerful. You're a mid-holy race being. Who are you? There's no way I wouldn't recognize a mid-holy race being from the flying spirit race. Shopkeeper Yu exclaimed as his pupils contracted drastically. However, what was rather surprising was that he still seemed to be quite calm and wasn't displaying any signs of panic. Who I am isn't important. You must have plundered a lot of precious ore from the mine warehouse, right? I'm not going to ask for anything excessive. Hand over all of the ore you stole, and I'll let you go free. That will act as your payment for hitching a ride in my teleportation formation, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner, displaying no intention of revealing his own identity. I see, so you want the materials that I took from the warehouse. Indeed, I was only able to escape from the Earth Abyss using your teleportation formation, so it's only right that I issued some payment to you. As opposed to being enraged by Han Li's demands, Shopkeeper Yu merely chuckled before flipping a hand over to reveal a blue storage bracelet, then tossed it to Han Li with a flick of his wrist. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a thought then immediately occurred to him, and a cold look appeared in his eyes at the sight of the oncoming bracelet. He swept a sleeve through the air, and golden light flashed as the bracelet was sliced in half. Instead of anything dropping out of the bracelet, a loud thunderclap erupted, and it transformed into a net of blue lightning that descended toward him. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this in advance. He abruptly flapped his wings, and a thunderclap rang out, following which a silver net of lightning also erupted from behind him. The two nets of lightning clashed, and the silver lightning transformed into a strange lightning formation. The blue lightning net was sucked into the lightning formation in an instant, and it was unable to unleash any of its power. Shopkeeper Yu's heart jolted upon seeing this, while Han Li merely pointed a finger at the lightning formation, and it vanished following a loud thunderclap. I can forgive you just this once. Here's a second chance, hand over the ore, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, hee. Han Li chuckled coldly as killing intent flashed through his eyes. This Shopkeeper Yu had tried to kill him several hundred years ago, and if it weren't for the fact that Han Li was more powerful than he had expected, he would most likely have tried to kill Han Li here as well. As such, Han Li naturally wasn't going to show him any kindness. In fact, he was already letting him off the hook by granting him freedom in exchange for the ore that he had stolen. Of course, if he didn't want to comply, then Han Li certainly wouldn't mind putting an end to his life. The man's ability to remain calm in this situation indicated that he had some trump cards up his sleeve, but with Han Li's current powers, he naturally wasn't going to be fearful of him. Looks like you know me quite well. In that case. After some contemplation, Shopkeeper Yu feigned a resigned expression and seemed to be about to concede, but right at this moment, a dozen or so transparent thin needles suddenly appeared behind Han Li. These needles then shot forth toward Han Li as silver threads, and at the same time, a loud thunderclap erupted above him. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and his body blurred, leaving only an afterimage for the silver threads to pierce through. Immediately thereafter, bright golden light erupted above his head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. As soon as it appeared, the projection thrust all 6 of its palms forward at once, releasing 6 pillars of golden light. A string of resounding booms rang out, and despite the astonishing power imbued within the 3 bolts of lightning, they were still destroyed by the 6 pillars of light in the end. Before the strange beast up above could unleash another attack, Hanli flapped his wings and vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out over 200 feet away, and he re-emerged with a cold expression. "So it seems you insist on a fight. In that case, I'll send you on your way and settle our differences once and for all." As soon as his voice trailed off, the golden projection behind him took on a substantial form and manifested into the Provenant's golden body. After that, he quickly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and an inky black nascent soul emerged, then disappeared into the golden body as a burst of black chi. The golden body immediately opened all 6 of its eyes at once, and it swung its 6 arms through the air, summoning a giant golden blade in each hand. The golden blades were then swung through the air in unison, and countless streaks of golden sword chi surged forth in a frenzy. After that, the golden body itself pounced directly toward the beast in the air above. The beast within the lightning let loose a roar of fury upon seeing this, and countless balls of silver lightning appeared around it. At the same time, it flapped its wings, and countless feathers shot forth like arrows before transforming into bolts of blue lightning. The balls of silver lightning and bolts of blue lightning were all quite powerful, but they were instantly reduced to tatters by the countless streaks of devastating sword chi. The golden body appeared right before the beast in a flash, and its 6 blades transformed into wagon wheel-sized golden balls of light that hurtled directly toward the beast. A vicious light flashed through the beast's eyes upon seeing this, and light flashed from its 2 arms before they transformed into a hammer and an awl. Immediately thereafter, it let loose a loud screech and swung both the hammer and awl through the air. A halo of crimson light appeared around its body alongside arcs of golden lightning, and it flew directly toward the 6 balls of golden light without any fear or inhibitions. Streaks of sword chi instantly intertwined with bolts of lightning, and the 2 seemed to be evenly matched. Shopkeeper Yu was stunned to see that even the lightning beast was unable to take care of Hanli. He was more aware than anyone of just how powerful this lightning beast of his was. The lightning released by this beast appeared to be quite ordinary, but in reality, every single bolt was capable of killing a spatial tempering cultivator. The law enforcement squad members that had managed to chase him down on the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss had been slain by none other than this lightning beast. Despite his astonishment, he immediately made a hand seal with a hand that was hidden within his sleeve. At the same time, a dull thump rang out from behind him, and a burst of 5-colored light erupted forth, then transformed into a giant peacock projection. "You're a 5-light being." Hanli was rather taken aback to see this. "Hee, why don't you come and see for yourself?" Shopkeeper Yu chuckled coldly as the peacock projection transformed into a vibrant sea of 5-colored light that surged toward Hanli from afar. The space in the wake of the sea of 5-colored light twisted and warped violently, as if it were threatening to make the entire sky cave in. These runes then formed layers of profound restrictions that crashed down toward Hanli. A hint of surprise appeared in Hanli's eyes upon seeing this. He had cultivated the 12 awakening transformations, and he also possessed 5-colored peacock true blood, so he was naturally extremely familiar with the 5 light race's 5-colored divine light ability. However, this sea of light was several times more powerful than the 5-colored divine light that he was familiar with. If it weren't for the fact that he could sense the familiar aura of the 5-colored peacock within the sea of light, he would have thought that this was an entirely different ability altogether. It was no wonder that Shopkeeper Yu still decided to attack him without any hesitation despite the disparity in their cultivation bases. Just this 5-colored divine light alone would be enough to take down the average mid-body integration cultivator. If a normal body integration stage cultivator were to be swept up by this sea of light and trapped within the restrictions inside it, it would be quite difficult for them to free themselves. However, Hanli merely looked on at the sea of 5-colored light with a cold smile on his face. All of a sudden, the spirit body beside him fused into his body again, vanishing like a projection. Han Li then suddenly rolled down onto the ground, and five-colored light flashed from his body as he transformed into a five-colored peacock that was several tens of feet in length. The sea of light crashed down onto the five-colored peacock and completely inundated its body, but the peacock merely flapped its wings and flew out of the sea of light with ease. The layers of restrictions imbued within the five-colored sea of light seemed to be completely ineffective against it. Even though he was unable to release five-colored divine light that was anywhere near as powerful as the opposing light in his five-colored peacock form, it was a simple task for him to withstand his opponent's divine light in this form. What? Are you a five-light being as well? That can't be. There's no way I wouldn't recognize a holy race five-light being. Could it be? So be it. I don't care if you were sent to hunt me down by those old bastards or not. I'm going to kill you even if it sets me back over 100 years in my cultivation. Shopkeeper Yu initially faltered slightly before his expression darkened even further, and his face became twisted with resentment and fury. As soon as his voice trailed off, he pointed a finger into the distance in a vicious manner, and an earth-shattering boom immediately rang out from within the sea of five-colored light. The sea of light then converged toward the center and formed a gigantic ball of five-colored light, which then immediately manifested into a peacock projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The disparity between the sizes of Han Li's five-colored peacock form and the projection was night and day. However, the giant peacock projection didn't immediately attack Han Li. Instead, it flapped its wings and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, five-colored light surged beneath Shopkeeper Yu's feet, and the peacock projection reappeared. He then stomped a foot down onto the projection, then flicked his 10 fingers toward himself, sending streaks of light rushing into his own body. A peculiar scene then ensued. Shopkeeper Yu's body suddenly began to melt away, and within mere moments, he had completely fused into the peacock projection beneath him. The peacock projection immediately let loose a clear cry, and five-colored runes surged out of its body in a frenzy as it took on a substantial form. At the same time, a terrifying aura that belonged only to late-body integration cultivators erupted from its body in a frenzy. All of the world's origin chi within a radius of several tens of kilometers converged into the massive peacock's body as threads of light that were visible to the naked eye. The giant peacock's aura swelled once again, reaching the pinnacle of the late-body integration stage. After that, it flapped its wings, and the space around it twisted and blurred. At the same time, countless runes appeared around it, and all of them seemed to be imbued with devastating power. During this split-second delay, the Provenance golden body caught up to the lightning beast, and the 6 golden blades in its hands suddenly transformed into 6 ancient golden mirrors, which released 6 golden pillars of light that surged toward the lightning beast with tremendous force. A string of explosions rang out in rapid succession, and the lightning beast was sent flying again by the pillars of light. At the same time, it let loose a pained roar, seemingly having sustained some minor injuries. An urgent look appeared on Shopkeeper Yu's face upon seeing this, and he let loose a piercing long cry, as if he were desperately urging the lightning beast to do something. A sharp shrill cry rang out from the lightning beast's mouth in response, following which the lightning around its body became significantly brighter, and an astonishing scene then ensued. All of a sudden, 3 pairs of wings, 1 golden, 1 silver, and 1 blue, appeared on the lightning beast's back. It flapped those wings in unison, and immediately disappeared on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, the next batch of pillars of light unleashed by the Provenance golden body struck nothing but empty air. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately turned toward the giant light formation down below. At the same time, black light flashed from his glabella, and a vertical black demonic eye appeared. A pillar of black light then erupted out of the eye, but immediately vanished into thin air. Another thunderclap rang out from above the giant light formation, and the lightning beast reappeared. At the same time, a pillar of black light that was as thick as a large bowl also erupted out of thin air. At such close quarters, there was no way for the lightning beast to evade, yet right as the black pillar of light was about to strike the lightning beast's body, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the giant light formation. Bright five-colored spiritual light erupted forth, and the black pillar of light faltered momentarily before suddenly turning a corner and glancing right past the lightning beast. In the next instant, the lightning beast flapped its wings without any hesitation, and flew headfirst into the light formation, much to Han Li's dismay. The process seemed to be quite complicated, but everything had actually taken place in the span of just a few breaths. The five-colored peacock down below let loose an elated cry upon seeing this, and the five-colored spiritual light around it surged forth in a frenzy toward the giant light formation around it. It then flapped its wings, and even its body fused into the light formation as a ball of spiritual light. Moments later, there was nothing left down below aside from the light formation itself. However, the formation was beginning to undergo changes. Bursts of rumbling rang out from within it, and bright light radiated forth as several tens of thick five-colored pillars of light erupted from within. Each pillar of light had a radius of around a foot, and all of them shot upward before vanishing into the white cloud and mist up above. Han Li quickly determined that there were 81 of these pillars of light in total, yet before he had a chance to do anything, countless five-colored runes began to surge out of these pillars of light before rapidly revolving through the air. An even more massive five-colored pillar of light immediately erupted upward from the center of the light formation, then vanished high up into the air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of powerful spatial fluctuations abruptly surged forth from this pillar of light, following which a silver hole appeared out of thin air right above the light formation. In the beginning, it was only around the size of a fist, but it then swelled to around 10 feet in size in a flash, and a burst of extremely pure spiritual chi surged forth from within in a frenzy. Han Li was struck by a sense of familiarity in the face of this pure spiritual chi, and after quickly searching through his own memories for an answer, he realized that this spiritual chi was extremely similar to the spiritual chi in the vast glacial realm. The hole was still expanding right before his eyes, and he was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. He immediately swung his giant golden sword through the air without any hesitation, and countless palm-sized streaks of golden sword chi surged toward the silver hole in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy it. However, the events that unfolded next made Han Li's heart completely sink. Even as the torrential barrage of golden sword chi surged over the silver hole, it only made the nearby space warp slightly, but had no effect whatsoever on the silver hole itself. Not only that, but a resounding boom suddenly rang out from within the silver hole, following which a silver pillar of light erupted from within it, then plunged directly into the giant light formation down below. Scintillating light instantly erupted from the rumbling light formation, and runes of all different colors rose up while the entire light formation expanded in a frenzy. The silver pillar of light then abruptly vanished, as did the silver hole, and at this point, the light formation had swelled to over 10 times its original size. The five-colored spiritual light emanating from it had spread over the entire sky, creating an extremely vibrant sight to behold. At the same time, the unsettling sobbing of women and children rang out from the center of the light formation, striking the listener with a sense of disorientation. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, not because he had been affected by this strange sound, but instead due to the spine-chilling sense of peril he had suddenly been struck by. He was sensing a very real threat that could put an end to his life here. Crap! Han Li's heart sank even further, and the Provenance golden body immediately disappeared in a flash at his behest, then abruptly appeared beside him. It then raised all 6 of its arms in unison, and there was a golden ball of light in each of its 6 palms. The balls of golden light were brought together in front of its chest, forming a head-sized golden vortex. At the same time, the golden body's 3 heads began to chant 3 different types of incantations that stacked on top of one another, and Buddhist chants rang out from within the vortex alongside loud thunderclaps. The vortex then rapidly expanded to several times its original size, and began to revolve rapidly. Specks of spiritual light that resembled starlight could be seen within the vortex, and Han Li yelled, "Go!" The golden body immediately hurled the golden vortex viciously down toward the light formation below at his command, and as soon as the vortex left its hands, it swelled drastically once again, expanding to over 100 feet in size in the blink of an eye, and it showed no signs of stopping there. Right before it was about to make contact with the 5-colored light formation, the vortex had expanded into a golden sea with a radius of over 1,000 feet. A burst of enormous invisible force erupted from within the vortex, causing even the nearby space to twist and warp violently. This was the first time that Han Li had unleashed the revolving golden light using the full power of his provenance golden body after he had reached the mid-body integration stage, and it was so powerful that it surprised even himself. Following an earth-shattering boom, the golden vortex struck the giant light formation with devastating force. In the instant that the two clashed, ripples surged over the surface of the enormous light formation, and its center also tremored violently as if it were about to be shattered at any moment. The light formation was indeed extremely profound, but even so, it was unable to withstand the power of the revolving golden light. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but his expression then quickly changed as in the next instant, the strange sobbing sound emanating from the center of the light formation suddenly became louder. Immediately thereafter, the 81 huge pillars of light tremored before crumbling away in unison. A terrifying aura that threatened to devour the entirety of heaven and earth then erupted from the light formation, and a giant silver hand reached out of the center of the formation amid violent flashes of 5-colored light. The silver hand then spread its 5 fingers and slowly raised up the golden vortex, completely unaffected by the enormous force emanating from within the vortex. Han Li's face immediately paled upon seeing this terrifying aura. Impossible. This aura belongs to a grand ascension stage being. There's no way such an absurdly powerful ability could exist in this realm. As soon as his voice trailed off, the sobs ringing out from within the light formation abruptly cut off, and the entire formation itself crumbled into nothingness like an illusion. At the center of where the formation had once stood, there now stood a gargantuan creature that was 3,000 to 4,000 feet in size. It had 2 heads and 8 wings, with a humanoid upper body, yet the lower body of a bird. The 2 heads belonged to the lightning beast and shopkeeper Yu. The 8 wings on its back also consisted of the lightning beast's original 6 wings, as well as the wings of the 5-colored peacock. What was even more formidable was that bolts of 5-colored lightning were revolving around its body, and under the illumination of this lightning, the creature was made to look even more sinister and fearsome. The head that belonged to shopkeeper Yu cackled while the silver hand that was carrying the golden vortex abruptly released a torrent of 5-colored lightning. An earth-shattering thunderclap rang out, and the golden vortex was torn into shreds by countless bolts of 5-colored lightning. A panicked look suddenly appeared on the 3 faces of the Provenance golden body, immediately following which golden light flashed violently around its body, and it gave a muffled groan as it swayed unsteadily. It was quite clear that the destruction of the revolving golden light it had unleashed had inflicted backlash on the golden body. Thankfully, the backlash had only affected the golden body, and Han Li remained unscathed, but even so, he was feeling even more astonished as he could now confirm that this gargantuan creature really did possess Grand Ascension stage powers. Otherwise, even a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage wouldn't be able to tear the revolving golden light apart so easily. With that in mind, thoughts of fleeing the scene immediately crept into Han Li's mind. Even though he still had trump cards up his sleeve, he certainly wasn't naive enough to think that he would be able to oppose a Grand Ascension stage being. However, he abandoned the thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. This enormous creature had 8 pairs of wings and could control that strange 5-colored lightning, so it definitely possessed powerful movement techniques as well. As such, the chances of Hanli being able to outrun it were very slim. Before the giant beast's cackling had even cut off, Hanli had made his decision. He quickly made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out behind him as a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. He flapped those wings, and balls of silver lightning began to appear beneath his giant ape feet before exploding one after another. In the next instant, the black spirit beast bracelet was struck by countless bolts of lightning at once and instantly exploded into a cloud of black chi. The black chi then absorbed all of the lightning it was being struck by, and remained completely unscathed. A hint of surprise flashed through the two-headed beast's eyes, but it then harumphed coldly before reaching out and making a grabbing motion toward the black chi with one of its silver hands. Countless bolts of lightning immediately intertwined to form a massive 5-colored hand above the cloud of black chi, and the enormous hand then grabbed onto the black chi at an astonishing speed with countless arcs of lightning crackling over its surface. The fingers of the giant hand tightened, and a scintillating flash of lightning erupted as it attempted to crush the cloud of black chi into oblivion. However, another enraged ape cry rang out from within the black chi, following which a streak of crimson light erupted forth and pierced through the massive 5-colored hand in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. As soon as the crimson light flashed through the 5-colored hand, the latter immediately crumbled away as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. Thus, the black chi regained its freedom, then immediately transformed into a small black monkey. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. However, the current Weeping Soul Beast was clearly far different from how it normally was. It was staring up at the giant two-headed beast with excitement and elation on its face, and without even requiring any instructions from Hanli, it let loose a thunderous roar before expanding to over 300 feet tall amid a flash of black light. Crimson light then flashed within its eyes, and it thumped its mountainous chest with its massive fists. All of its fur immediately stood up on end, and strange horns appeared on its head. It then revealed its fangs in a menacing manner, and it had transformed into a giant 3-eyed monster. The monster also had 3 inky black bone spikes on its back, and it was extremely terrifying to behold. Xing Beast. Shopkeeper Yu's head immediately let loose a shrill cry of horror at the sight of the giant monster, and all of the countless bolts of lightning in the surrounding area converged toward the two-headed beast to form a massive shield of lightning. The shield had an area of over 1,000 feet, and was over 100 feet thick. The giant two-headed beast then flapped its 8 wings in unison, and 5-colored lightning surged forth from its enormous body in a frenzy, following which it abruptly vanished amid a loud thunderclap. In the next instant, the giant two-headed beast reappeared close to 10 kilometers away amid a flash of 5-colored lightning. It immediately flapped its wings again, and more arcs of lightning emerged from its body as it attempted to flee the scene. Right at this moment, the Weeping Soul Beast let loose a thunderous roar, seemingly enraged by the two-headed beast's escape. As it roared, its body expanded drastically, and golden and silver runes appeared all around it. A pillar of crimson light then shot forth out of its third demonic eye, then vanished into thin air in a flash. Right as the giant two-headed bird had also disappeared amid a flash of lightning, the crimson pillar of light emerged nearby, then transformed into a crimson chain as it hurtled through the air. The chain shot forth through the air before forming a massive noose, and the loop of the noose vanished into thin air again. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire chain, and arcs of crimson lightning appeared over its surface. The chain then suddenly stretched taut, and an anguished cry immediately rang out, seemingly from nowhere. The arcs of crimson lightning around the chain intensified in brightness, and the giant two-headed beast was forcibly dragged out of thin air. Shopkeeper Yu's head remained completely unscathed, but it was completely petrified by this sudden turn of events, and in his desperation, he opened his mouth to expel a short silver sword. The sword then unleashed a streak of sword chi that was over 100 feet in length that viciously slashed his own neck, and shopkeeper Yu was decapitated amid a howl of agony. His severed head then toppled down from the body of the giant beast before vanishing as a streak of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, the giant beast's entire body exploded into more specks of five-colored light, which immediately attempted to escape the crimson chains, but to no avail. The yellow light swept forth, and the five-colored specks of light were easily gathered before surging into the weeping soul beast waiting gaping mouth. After devouring these specks of five-colored light, the weeping soul beast thumped its own chest again in a joyful manner with an extremely excited look on its face. Having lost their purpose, the crimson chains disintegrated into specks of spiritual light immediately thereafter. The bone spear also returned to the weeping soul beast's back amid a flash of golden light, and it turned completely black and lusterless again, as if that last attack had completely exhausted its power. Han Li was looking on in a completely flabbergasted manner, but he immediately returned to his senses when shopkeeper Yu's head attempted to escape as a streak of crimson light. He immediately let loose a long cry and adopted his giant mountain ape form again, while the profound heavenly blade segment and gold-devouring beetles were instantly stowed away. Golden light flashed from the giant ape's body, and it took a step forward before abruptly vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, the giant ape's enormous body re-emerged several thousand feet away, right in front of the fleeing streak of crimson light, and it immediately launched its massive furry fist toward the streak of light. Before the fist had even struck the streak of crimson light, the latter was enveloped by a burst of tremendous power. A normal cultivator would have most likely been completely immobilized by that burst of enormous power, but the streak of crimson light managed to break free in an instant and before appearing 300 feet away. A cry of shock and fury then rang out from within the crimson light, and the light receded to reveal a humanoid figure. It was none other than shopkeeper Yu. However, at this point, his face was completely pale, and his aura had become significantly more feeble, to the point where he could barely even maintain an early body integration stage cultivation base. If you're intent on killing me, then I'm going to make you pay for my life. Shopkeeper Yu roared with an expression of twisted fury and desperation. As soon as his voice trailed off, crimson light flashed from his body, and he transformed into a giant crimson peacock that was over 100 feet in size. The peacock flapped its wings, and a gust of fierce winds immediately swept forth along with the pungent odor of blood and gore. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the weeping soul beast, only to find that it was joyfully playing with a head-sized crystalline core and had no intention of helping him at all. He tried to urge the weeping soul beast to come to his aid using his spiritual sense, but that proved to be completely ineffective. It seemed that the weeping soul beast had completely lost interest in shopkeeper Yu after devouring the five-colored lightning. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, but as he turned his gaze back to shopkeeper Yu, the wry smile had been replaced by a cold expression. The giant ape suddenly threw back its head and let loose a thunderous roar, then flipped both of its huge hands over to reveal a pair of small mountains. One of the mountains was black, while the other was azure, and they were each over 100 feet tall. The scraps of the crimson peacock's flesh and blood suddenly tremored beneath the mountain, following which all of it converged toward a single spot to form an extremely grotesque ball of blood and flesh. The ball then began to writhe rapidly, as it quickly attempted to revert back to its original form. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger at the extreme essence-fused mountain from afar. The gray light emanating from the mountain immediately condensed before transforming into countless gray light threads that surged downward at once, instantly puncturing the ball of flesh and blood before instantly shredding into countless pieces again. The gray threads showed no signs of stopping there, and in the blink of an eye, those countless pieces of flesh and blood were reduced to a cloud of blood mist, so there was no chance for it to condense back together again. All of a sudden, a five-colored projection shot forth from within the blood mist. It was a miniature fist-sized peacock, and it was none other than shopkeeper Yu's nascent soul, which he had preserved through the use of a secret technique. However, Hanli naturally wasn't going to allow it to escape. He took a deep breath before opening his mouth to release a bolt of golden lightning that was as thick as a large bowl. The bolt of lightning covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, then struck the five-colored projection amid a resounding thunderclap. The miniature peacock let loose a howl of anguish and was erased off the face of this realm. The giant golden ape threw its head back and let loose an elated cry while thumping its own chest in an ecstatic manner, then quickly shrank down and reverted back to its human form amid a flash of golden light. After returning to his human form, Hanli heaved a sigh of relief before looking into the blood mist down below. After that, he waved a hand through the air, and two bracelets, one golden and one silver, landed in his hand. Hanli briefly inspected the two storage bracelets before stowing them away amid a flash of spiritual light, then turned his attention back to the lingering blood mist down below. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve downward, and a ball of silver flames shot forth before striking the blood mist in a flash. The mist was instantly ignited as a result, and a faint pungent odor began to emanate from within it. Soon, it had transformed into a sea of silver flames, and Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out and made a downward grabbing motion. The silver flames instantly surged upward as a fiery dragon, and the flames were stowed back up Hanli's sleeve, while an egg-sized ball of liquid that was emanating faint five-colored light had appeared in his hand. Hanli looked down at the ball of liquid, and a hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. I was able to secure such pure true spirit blood after nothing more than such a simple extraction process. As expected, that shopkeeper Yu really is no ordinary five-light being. If this blood were a little purer, it could easily have come from a direct lineal descendant of the five-colored peacock. Could it be that he really is somehow connected to the five-colored peacock? So be it, none of that really matters at this point. Hanli shook his head to rid himself of that train of thought. He then flipped a hand over to produce a bright red vial, then began to chant something as he pointed at the ball of liquid hovering over his palm. The small vial shuddered before expelling a burst of white light that swept up the ball of liquid, then drew it into the vial in an instant. Spiritual light flashed as Hanli stowed the vial away, then made a hand seal to withdraw the two extreme mountains as well. The combination of the fearsome might of his extreme mountains and the incredible abilities of his giant mountain ape form had already become one of his trump cards in battle. If he could refine one or two more extreme mountains, he was confident that this trump card would become even more formidable. Azure light flashed from Hanli's body, and he immediately vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the Weeping Soul Beast, and Hanli reappeared before carefully inspecting the Weeping Soul Beast with a complex look in his eyes. He knew that the Weeping Soul Beast would become unimaginably powerful after undergoing its transformation, but he was still extremely stunned that it had been able to slay a Grand Ascension stage beast so easily. Wasn't it only supposed to be effective against ghostly beings? Furthermore, he had checked on the Weeping Soul Beast a few days ago, and it had displayed no signs of awakening at all. As such, when it had jumped out on its own to battle the two-headed beast, he was ecstatic, but had also been given a massive fright. On top of that, his current spiritual connection with the Weeping Soul Beast was extremely feeble, and he seemed to have lost control over it. This made him rather concerned, and he was at a loss for what to do as he appraised the beast with furrowed brows. After all, with the powers that the Weeping Soul Beast had just displayed, if it were to turn on him, he would be in even more trouble than when he was facing the two-headed beast on his own. Right at this moment, the Weeping Soul Beast tossed the crystalline core in its hand up into the air, then opened its mouth and chewed on the core a few times before swallowing it. Only then did he turn to face Hanli, and there was also a peculiar look in its bright red eyes. "Are you worried, Master?" the Weeping Soul Beast suddenly asked. Han Li's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Worried? Why would I be worried? Have you attained a higher level of intelligence?" There are indeed many new things that have appeared in my mind. There's no need to lie to me, Master. Our spiritual connection has become weaker, but I can still sense your emotions, the weeping soul beast said with a smile. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on his face. Many new things have appeared in your mind. What do you mean by that? And what are you? Are you actually a Xing beast? I'm not particularly sure of that myself. After awakening from my hibernation, I attained a lot of new knowledge. I seem to be similar to the Xing beast that they speak of, but also slightly different in some areas. However, you don't have to be concerned as I'll most likely be leaving this realm soon, the weeping soul beast sighed, and Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face. You're leaving this realm? What do you mean by that? Could it be? Indeed, Master. After I devoured the spiritual sense of that heavenly devilish sovereign in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, massive changes have occurred within my body, and I can sense the call from the other realm. Hence, I had to hibernate in the spirit beast bracelet to protect myself. Just now, I was roused by that creature, and I was unable to control myself as I instinctively acted to absorb the heavenly lightning power within its body. Now, my body is being completely rejected by the power of heaven and earth of this realm, and I'll most likely be teleported to the legendary true immortal realm soon, the weeping soul beast replied in a slightly forlorn manner. Han Li was rooted to the spot for a long while before a wry smile appeared on his face. Are you sure the forces summoning you are from the true immortal realm? He had embarked on this tumultuous cultivation journey all for the chance to ascend to that legendary realm someday. Yet he was still far away from achieving that goal, but the weeping soul beast had already reached that objective, seemingly with ease. This naturally struck him with a sense of indignation, as well as some suspicion. I don't know why, but I can sense that it is indeed the power of the true immortal realm that's calling out to me. Among the many things that have appeared in my mind, many of them are related to the true immortal realm, the weeping soul beast replied. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. You have knowledge of the true immortal realm. Would you be able to tell me about it? Of course, I would be more than happy to. It's coming now. I don't have any time left. The weeping soul beast initially nodded in agreement, but its expression suddenly changed drastically, and an alarmed look appeared in its eyes. As soon as its voice trailed off, a dull rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the air above. The white mist overhead parted to reveal a vast expanse of five-colored light, which then transformed into a massive eyeball of light the size of a house. The pupil of the eyeball was of a translucent crimson color, and its gaze immediately settled on the weeping soul beast in an intent manner. A devastatingly terrifying aura then descended from the heavens, and a chill ran down Han Li's spine, following which he was completely immobilized. This wasn't due to a simple disparity in magic power. He had been rendered completely powerless as the eyeball was simply on a far higher plane of existence. He could sense that the eyeball could destroy his body and soul in an instant if it pleased, and his expression became extremely strained. It had been countless years since he had last been this powerless. He felt as if he had returned to his childhood and was facing Dr. Mo, who had been an insurmountable almighty figure in his eyes at the time. Under the scrutiny of this eyeball, sweat began to pour down the weeping soul beast's face, and its arms shuddered as it attempted to raise a hand, only for it to be forced to drop back down limply to its side. A hint of mockery appeared in the giant eyeball, and a burst of Buddhist chants rang out from within it. The eyeball then seemed to blink, following which an extraordinarily thick pillar of crimson light came crashing downward. The weeping soul beast was struck by the pillar of crimson light, and its body was instantly transported over 10,000 feet up into the air. Han Li was completely unable to move, but he could still see that the weeping soul beast had turned around with difficulty to take one final look at him from within the pillar of light. There was a very complex look on its face, and in the next instant, it disappeared into the giant eyeball. The Buddhist chant ceased, and the eye fell shut before vanishing into nothingness. Come to think of it, your surprise is justified. For those who've yet to reach the grand ascension stage, it would indeed be very dangerous for them to release their nascent soul out of their body for an extended period of time. However, I've been at the grand ascension stage for countless years and my nascent soul has been cultivated to a completely substantial form, so a physical body is no longer indispensable to me. You'll understand when you get to the grand ascension stage as well. Besides, this is only one of my 3 nascent souls, Qing Yuanzi chuckled. Your powers are truly unfathomable, Senior. Han Li said in a heartfelt manner as he extended a slight bow. This is nothing remarkable for grand ascension stage beings like us. In comparison, your progress is far more incredible. It's only been a few centuries since we last met, yet you're already at the body integration stage. Even I was progressing nowhere near as quickly at the same stage in my own cultivation journey. Looks like you've truly encountered some miraculous opportunities during these years, the miniature figure said with a hint of a smile on its face. You're far too kind, Senior. I was merely lucky and certainly can't be compared with someone of your prestige, Han Li said in a modest manner. I know full well whether my praise is warranted or not. By the way, were you involved in a battle before I came here? The residual aura here is very strange, Qing Yuanzi said with furrowed brows as he inspected his surroundings. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. The devastating aura of the 5-colored giant eye should have been detectable to someone of Qing Yuanzi's powers, even if he were situated quite far away. However, it was quite clear that Qing Yuanzi had failed to sense anything. Could it be that the giant eye had unleashed some kind of ability that had masked its own aura? In that case, then the 5-colored giant eye would be even more fearsome than he had initially imagined. Even with these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Li maintained a calm expression, and replied, I was indeed involved in a battle earlier. When I was teleporting to this place, one of my enemies hitched a ride, but I've taken care of him now. He stemmed from some rather special origins, so it's no surprise that his residual aura is also rather peculiar. I see, looks like I was just overthinking things, then. Alright, let's not linger here any longer. Come with me and we'll talk further when we get back to my cave abode. It'll take around half a day to get back to my abode, and if it weren't for the fact that I just so happened to be testing a type of secret technique with Yaoer, I wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly, Qing Yuanzi said as he aimed a meaningful glance at Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to respond, Qing Yuanzi flew away as a streak of azure light, and Han Li could only follow along behind him. As for Yuan Yao, she flew beside him within a streak of golden light with a smile on her face. I thought it would take a few more years before your return. After all, the items that Father asked you to search for are all extremely rare in the spirit realm. Yuan Yao transmitted her voice to Han Li as she flew alongside him. How are you so sure that I managed to gather the items Senior Jiang requested? Perhaps I returned for some other purpose? Han Li also transmitted his voice in response, with a faint smile. I'm familiar with your personality, Brother Han. Without a sufficient incentive, there's no way you would go through the effort of returning to this place, and the only thing here that could currently be of interest to you would naturally be the divine infernal river elixir, Yuan Yao said with a gorgeous smile. You really do know me well, Fairy Yuan. I did indeed come here for the divine infernal river elixir, Han Li conceded with a wry smile. You returned to the infernal river using the treasure I gave you, so you must have gathered a lot of the materials I asked for, right? Roughly how many of the materials have you gathered? As we agreed, you only have to gather 2/3 of all the materials on the list to complete your mission. All of the materials I've gathered are in this storage bracelet. Please inspect them for yourself, Senior. Instead of giving a direct reply, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a green storage bracelet, then stood up and offered the bracelet to Qing Yuanzi with both hands. As opposed to being irked by Han Li's refusal to directly answer his question, a hint of elation flashed through his eyes, and he said, "Hee, you seem very confident, fellow Daoist Han. Looks like you must have completed your mission with flying colors. Now then, let me inspect the fruits of your efforts." Thus, he reached out to accept the storage bracelet, then closed his eyes and injected his spiritual sense into it. Yuan Yao and Yan Li both turned to appraise Qing Yuanzi in unison. They naturally couldn't inject their spiritual sense into the storage bracelet as well, but they could gauge Han Li's degree of success by inspecting Qing Yuanzi's reaction. In contrast with the slightly anxious looks on their faces, Han Li was very calm and collected. With Qing Yuanzi's immensely powerful spiritual sense, as well as his vast wealth of knowledge and experience, it naturally wouldn't take him long to inspect all of the materials in the storage bracelet. Initially, he remained completely expressionless, but not long after that, a hint of astonishment had appeared on his face, and as more time passed, the astonishment gave way to shock and elation. Yuan Yao was quite relieved to see this, and at the same time, she turned to Han Li with a curious look in her eyes. As Qing Yuanzi's foster daughter, she was naturally aware of what materials were on the list that had been given to Han Li. The quantity and rarity of the materials on that list had been truly astonishing to her, and she had always been concerned that Han Li wouldn't be able to complete this mission. However, judging from Qing Yuanzi's reaction, Han Li had to have gathered a very significant proportion of the materials on the list. Initially, Qing Yuanzi hadn't actually harbored very high hopes for Han Li. He had merely given Han Li a list of materials as it couldn't hurt to do so, so it was a low-risk endeavor for a potentially high reward, albeit only with very slim chances. These materials were very important to Qing Yuanzi to begin with, and the fact that he was unable to leave the infernal river made the materials even more precious to him. Yan Li was also staring at Han Li with an astonished look in her eyes, but that was also tinged with some other complex emotions. Very good. Aside from a few materials that even I wouldn't be confident in finding, you found all of the materials on my list. You have truly surprised me, fellow Daoist Han. With these materials, I'll have a 20% better chance of transcending my next lightning tribulation, Qing Yuanzi said in an excited voice as he opened his eyes. These materials can only result in a 20% increase. Han Li was stunned to hear this. All of the materials that he had gathered were extremely difficult to find in the spirit realm, and he had only found some of them in the medicine garden within the vast glacial realm. In Han Li's opinion, many of those materials most likely couldn't even be found in the spirit realm anymore. Once someone reaches my cultivation base, normal methods are completely ineffective when it comes to increasing the chances of transcending a tribulation, and there are extremely limited external forces that can be drawn upon, so 20% is already an optimistic estimate. Alright, setting that aside for now, you delivered the materials I asked for, so I'll naturally give you some divine infernal river elixir in return. But before that, are you still planning to exchange these materials for the elixir? If you're open to alternatives, I can offer you items that are no less valuable than the elixir, Qing Yuanzi said with a smile as he carefully stowed the storage bracelet away. I'm sure you're aware of how important the elixir is to me now that I'm at the body integration stage, so I'll have to turn down any alternatives, Han Li replied without any hesitation. Yuan Yao had already hinted that there would be an issue with this exchange, so he was ready for such an offer. In that case, things could be a little troublesome. Qing Yuanzi's brows furrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on his face. You seem troubled, senior. Would you be able to tell me what the issue is? If I recall correctly, didn't you already have some divine infernal river elixir? Han Li asked. Truth be told, if you had come 100 years earlier, or 200 to 300 years later, there would be no issues at all, but I recently lent my elixir to someone else who had an urgent need for it. If you wait another few centuries, perhaps I can source some more, Qing Yuanzi said in a resigned manner. You lent out the elixir. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Indeed. The one who borrowed the elixir is one of the grand elders of the Mayfly race, and we're close acquaintances. He's one of the reasons I've been able to reside in the Infernal River, so I couldn't turn him down, Qing Yuanzi revealed. Han Li's expression naturally became rather strained upon hearing this. However, Qing Yuanzi then suddenly smiled and said, but rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, if you really want the elixir, it's not impossible to obtain it. What do you mean by that, senior? Are there other avenues through which the elixir can be secured? Han Li immediately asked as an elated look appeared on his face. Of course. Divine Infernal River elixir is very rare, and every time it's produced, I always make sure to get my hands on some. However, there are also several other tremendously powerful beings who inhabit this realm, and they'll also take a share each as well. Generally, half of the elixir produced is taken by the Mayfly race, while the rest is split among us. However, these people all have rather peculiar personalities and are no less powerful than I am. I have no ties or relations with them, and I'll have to pay them a visit in person to see if I can borrow some elixir from them. Rest assured, even if I'm unable to do so, I'll make sure to issue you satisfactory reparations for your efforts, Qing Yuanzi said in a confident manner. Fellow Daoist Han, here's your divine Infernal River elixir. Qing Yuanzi tossed the 3 small vials toward Han Li with a flick of his wrist as he spoke, and Han Li hurriedly accepted them in an elated and grateful manner. Qing Yuanzi had initially only agreed to give him 2 vials of this elixir, yet he was now giving him all 3 vials, clearly as an extra reward for all of the materials he had gathered. It seemed that he had made a wise decision in offering all of the materials he had collected, rather than withholding some of them. This divine Infernal River elixir was extremely precious, but it wasn't very useful to Qing Yuanzi, so he naturally wasn't going to be stingy with it. Golden Flame Baron was clearly also very pleased with this exchange, and he began to make some small talk with Qing Yuanzi. They exchanged some obscure news about the spirit realm, as well as some information regarding cultivation, and Han Li also benefited from listening to their conversation. Close to 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, and Qing Yuanzi finally stood up to take his leave. Golden Flame Baron didn't try to keep him, but he also rose to his feet to accompany Qing Yuanzi to the gate of his palace. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out in the air above the island, causing the entire palace to tremor. It seemed that something had struck the restriction over the island. The trio in the hall were all quite alarmed by this, and they exchanged slightly bewildered glances. This was blatant provocation. Qing Yuanzi had struck the restriction over the island with a seemingly powerful streak of sword qi, but it actually hadn't packed much power, whereas the massive commotion that had just rung out clearly stemmed from the restriction being completely broken. Golden Flame Baron quickly returned to his senses, and an enraged look appeared on his face as he made a hand seal to activate some kind of ability. However, in the next instant, a male voice suddenly rang out in the air above the hall. Golden Flame, Qing Yuanzi, are you in there? Hurry up and come out to greet me, you little brats. The voice was very rough and uncouth, and both Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi's expressions changed slightly as they exchanged a wry smile. Why has no one come out to greet me yet? Do you want me to raise this place to the ground? The man outside seemed to have become rather impatient, and as soon as his voice trailed off, a string of resounding booms rang out in rapid succession outside the palace. Immediately thereafter, bursts of spatial fluctuations surged over the entire island, and golden light flashed from outside the hall as a panicked golden armored guard rushed into the hall. Master, the man outside is... I know who he is, you can go now. Brother Jiang, it looks like you won't be able to leave anytime soon. Let's go and greet this old monster together. Otherwise, he really could destroy my entire island, Golden Flame Baron said with a wry smile. Is that true, Qing Yuanzi? The elderly man turned to Qing Yuanzi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I did indeed just exchange for fellow Daoist Golden Flame's divine infernal river elixir for some other items. Isn't this elixir completely ineffective for you at your cultivation base, Brother Void Spirit? On top of that, doesn't your Mayfly race have a huge reserve of this elixir? Other people in your Mayfly race may not have access to it, but wouldn't it be a simple matter for you to access those reserves? Qing Yuanzi was also quite surprised. Firstly, I'm sourcing this elixir for a purpose other than my own consumption. Secondly, there's a lot of routine expenditure of divine infernal river elixir in our Mayfly race, so our reserves are nowhere near as abundant as you think. I've already used up all of the remaining elixir in our Mayfly race. Otherwise, I wouldn't be turning to you and Golden Flame. I managed to secure some elixir from the others, but it's still not enough. Hence, I don't care what you need the elixir for, I'm willing to exchange for it using something worth twice its value, the elderly man said in a serious manner. Qing Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was thumping in his chest. In contrast, Golden Flame Baron crossed his arms and appraised the unfolding situation with a smile, assured in the knowledge that this matter no longer concerned him. It wouldn't be right of me to turn down an offer like this, but unfortunately, I've already given the elixir to fellow Daoist Han, so I can't offer it to you even if I wanted to, Qing Yuanzi finally sighed with a shake of his head. You gave it to him. The elderly man furrowed his brows slightly in a display of displeasure. Indeed. I owe fellow Daoist Han a big favor, and I promised him divine infernal river elixir as compensation. If you want to forcibly take the elixir from fellow Daoist Han, I'm afraid I'll have to step in, Qing Yuanzi said in a solemn manner. Oh. Looks like you really do owe this brat quite a big favor. It's very uncharacteristic of you to say something like this to me. I may have a short temper, but I wouldn't stoop to robbing juniors. However, if he's willing to hand over the elixir to me, you wouldn't intervene, would you? The elderly man asked. Of course. As long as fellow Daoist Han is willing to hand over the elixir, I naturally won't stick my nose into this matter, Qing Yuanzi replied in an affirmative manner. Good. Thus, the elderly man nodded with a pleased expression before turning to Han Li with a smile. Han Li's heart jolted at the sight of the smiling void spirit, and he hurriedly cupped his fist in a salute as he tried to offer an explanation. Senior, the elixir. There's no need to say anything. I do indeed have a domineering personality, but I won't bully juniors for my own gain. If I want your elixir, then I'll make it so that you'll willingly hand it over to me, the elderly man cut him off in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve over the table beside him, and a dozen or so jade vials of different sizes appeared amid a flash of black light. These are some pills that I've collected over the years that can enhance the cultivation of a body integration cultivator, and this quantity of pills exceeds the value of 1 vial of divine infernal river elixir. How many vials of elixir do you have? I'll give you a corresponding amount of pills in return, the elderly man chuckled. Even though Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron no longer had any use for these pills, they were still quite stunned by the sight of them. Any single vial of these pills would be enough to start a war between body integration stage beings in the outside world, and such a large quantity of these pills was definitely higher in value than a single vial of divine infernal river elixir. The elderly man had nonchalantly brought out several tens of vials of these pills at once, and both Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron couldn't help but turn toward Hanli to gauge his reaction. Hanli also faltered momentarily at the sight of these pills, but instead of being elated by the sight of them, a rather peculiar look appeared on his face. After a brief hesitation, he raised an arm before making a grabbing motion, and one of the small vials was drawn into his grasp. He removed the lid, then tipped out an azure pill and began to inspect it in a careful manner. This azure shadow pill is considered to be the sacred pill of the azure sea race. Just a single pill will produce an effect equivalent to around a month of arduous cultivation for you, and this pill is only slightly above average among all of the pills that I've brought out here, Void Spirit declared in a proud manner. It was quite clear that he was very confident in the pills he had to offer. These pills are indeed all extremely precious, but I'm afraid I can't offer my elixir in exchange for them, Hanli said with a wry smile. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flying into a thunderous rage. Why is that? Do you think I'm providing you with fake pills? Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron also exchanged a slightly bewildered glance. Of course not, Senior. It's just that I already have many pills that can enhance my cultivation base, so these pills aren't very useful to me, Hanli hurriedly explained. You already have some pills. What kind of pills are you using? Are you saying they're better than mine? The elderly man asked in a skeptical manner. Hanli could only heave a resigned internal sigh before continuing, if you don't believe me, then I can only show you my pills, Senior. He flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a small white jade vial appeared in his hand amid a flash of spiritual light. He tossed the vial toward the elderly man, who was still quite skeptical, but was beginning to believe Hanli judging from the calmness he was displaying. He caught the vial before removing the lid, and a pleasant fragrance immediately wafted toward him. His expression changed slightly, and instead of immediately tipping a pill out of the vial, he brought the opening of the vial to his nose and inhaled deeply, following which a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. Brother Void Spirit, you're an accomplished pill refinement master. What do you think of fellow Daoist Han's pills? Golden Flame Baron asked. He had no inhibitions as this had nothing to do with him anyway. There are no issues with the pills, but they have a rather peculiar fragrance. The elderly man tipped a thumb-sized pill out of the vial as he spoke. The pill was of a fiery red color with golden patterns all over its surface, as well as spiritual light swirling all around it, making it resemble a living creature. This is a corrosive immortal pill. How about you bring out some good stuff so Brother Qing and I can broaden our horizons as well? Under the illumination of the red light, the beastly diagrams also sprang to life, and it looked as if they were going to spring out of the burner at any moment. At the same time, an enormous burst of the world's origin chi proliferated forth from the burner, transforming into an enormous invisible force that enveloped the entire whole. Hanli had risen to his feet earlier, and the terrifying pressure made his body sway as his expression changed ever so slightly. Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron were still seated firmly in their chairs, but they also couldn't help but be amazed by the phenomena stemming from the incense burner. This profound heavenly treasure fragment was something I unintentionally stumbled upon in an ancient battlefield deep within the primordial world. What I just displayed was only around 10% of the full power of this treasure. If I were to unleash the entirety of its power, it would definitely be no less powerful than the top 10 treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the elderly man said in a smug manner as he withdrew his hand seal before drawing the incense burner back into his grasp. Even just a fragment is capable of unleashing such power. I wonder just how fearsome a true profound heavenly treasure would be. I really do envy your fortune, Brother Void Spirit. With this treasure, you should have a greater chance of transcending your future tribulation, Qing Yuanzi praised. I certainly hope so. However, the ascension tribulation is certainly not that easy to transcend. All beings from our spirit realm that have attempted to transcend this tribulation were extremely cautious and only dared to take on this monumental task after taking every single precaution they could, yet there are still only very few who make it in the end. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not confident in my ability to transcend my next major heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't be taking a risk to attempt ascension either. If I had a true profound heavenly treasure in my possession, perhaps I would have a decent chance, but unfortunately, Master Holy Insect has already refined our race's profound heavenly treasure to become a part of his body, so there's no way for me to borrow it. Void Spirit sighed in a wishful manner. All of a sudden, Qing Yuanzi said something that made Han Li's heart skip a beat. I've heard that a new profound heavenly treasure seems to have appeared in our spirit realm several hundred years ago. Is that true? Why have I never heard of this? Golden Flame Baron exclaimed in an incredulous manner. I received this news too, from Elder Hua of my race. He told me that a profound heavenly treasure had appeared on the chaotic myriad spirit roll over 100 years ago, and it created a massive stir. Even the Jiao Qi race had traveled all the way to our continent in search of the treasure, and I had heard that they even performed a blood sacrifice to find the treasure, but to no avail. After that, no further news emerged of this treasure. Seeing as you're not in need of any pills or treasures, I'll show you something that you definitely won't be able to refuse. Something I definitely won't refuse. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron exchanged a glance, and both of them seemed to have guessed something. Instead of directly telling Han Li what he was going to offer next, Void Spirit said something that was rather cryptic and ambiguous. At this point, you should already know that I'm a Grand Elder of the Mayfly race. Our Mayfly race may not be able to match up against the super races like the Jiao Qi race and Sea Monarch race, but in some areas, we are peerless even in the context of the entire spirit realm. He then reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which all of the treasures suspended in the air flew back into his sleeve as specks of spiritual light. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, "Are you referring to insect control techniques, Senior?" Haha, that's right. Our race's insect control techniques are definitely unmatched in the spirit realm. Even if some of the other super races can compare with us in this field, they're definitely still somewhat lacking. What I'm offering you now are 2 of the 81 types of spirit insects that I've painstakingly nurtured. With these spirit insects up your sleeve, you'll be able to stand at the very pinnacle of the body integration stage, Void Spirit said in a proud manner, then pointed 2 of his fingers forward, and 2 thumb-sized spirit insects, 1 purple and 1 green, emerged onto the table. One of these spirit insects had arcs of lightning flashing around its body, while the other had a miniature WYRM head. That's a purple lightning insect and earth WRYM insect. How could you be willing to offer these 2 spirit insects for exchange? Golden Flame Baron immediately exclaimed upon catching sight of the 2 spirit insects. A bewildered look also appeared on Qing Yuanzi's face. Humph, you don't know anything. In the past, Divine Infernal River Elixir naturally wouldn't be worth this much in my eyes, but now, it's indispensable to me. Fellow Daoist Han, both of these spirit insects have been carefully nurtured by me for tens of thousands of years, and they can each take on an early body integration cultivator. As long as you're willing to give me your elixir, I'll destroy the master recognition marks in their bodies right away and help you tame them. Hee, even in the Mayfly race, I'm most likely the only one capable of this, Void Spirit harumphed coldly, and it was quite clear that he was very reluctant to part with these 2 spirit insects. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, and for a moment, he was tempted by this offer. However, he then recalled that he still had tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles that he was still yet to be able to fully control, and he immediately made his decision. Even though a single gold-devouring beetle wasn't as powerful as either of these spirit insects, if he were to release hundreds or even thousands of them at once, these two spirit insects would stand no chance. In the face of Void Spirit's stern gaze, Han Li could only muster his courage and said, "Your spirit insects are indeed quite exceptional, Senior, but I already have spirit insects of my own." "What did you say? Are you saying you have spirit insects that can compare with mine? My patience is nearing its limit. Don't try to placate me with nonsense or you're going to regret it." A furious look appeared on Void Spirit's face. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to explain anything, Qing Yuanzi suddenly said, "Brother Void Spirit, I can personally vouch for fellow Daoist Han's claims. He really does possess a type of extremely powerful spirit insects, even more so than the spirit insects you possess." After a brief hesitation, Qing Yuanzi said in a serious manner, "Show Brother Void Spirit your spirit insects, fellow Daoist Han. I'm sure he'll understand once he sees them." "Yes, Senior." Han Li was quite reluctant to comply with this instruction, but there was no way he could refuse. Thus, he rustled a sleeve, tipping out a dozen or so thumb-sized golden flowers amid a faint buzzing sound. As soon as these golden flowers emerged, they immediately expanded to become fist-sized golden beetles amid a flash of spiritual light, and they looked as if they had been constructed from pure gold. Mature gold-devouring beetles. Golden Flame Baron exclaimed as he stared intently at the golden beetles with a stunned look in his eyes. Void Spirit shuddered at the sight of these gold-devouring beetles, and an extremely peculiar look appeared on his face. Qing Yuanzi's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing Void Spirit's reaction. This was not the reaction he had expected. Even though he felt this to be rather strange, he still said, "I'm sure you recognize gold-devouring beetles, Brother Void Spirit. You have to admit that these spirit insects are more powerful than the ones you offered, so fellow Daoist Han isn't trying to irk you, he simply has no reason to accept the exchange. Of course, if you can bring out better spirit insects than gold-devouring beetles, then I won't say anything further about this matter." Much to everyone's surprise, Void Spirit suddenly threw his head back, and chortled, "Haha, this is fantastic." His voice was filled with elation, and Han Li was left feeling rather perplexed. Meanwhile, Golden Flame Baron was appraising Han Li with a complex look in his eyes. "Brother Void Spirit, you..." "Say no more, Brother Qing. Let me show you another spirit insect of mine that I have never shown to anyone else." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept both sleeves through the air, and all of the spirit insects around him immediately flew back up his sleeves. He then opened his mouth to expel a shimmering silver gourd, which then abruptly tipped itself over while its lid was removed on its own. A burst of buzzing rang out, and specks of golden light emerged from within the gourd before hovering in the air. "Impossible!" Golden Flame Baron and Qing Yuanzi exclaimed almost in complete unison upon identifying exactly what these specks of golden light were, and Han Li was also completely flabbergasted. These specks of golden light also contained golden beetles that were identical to Han Li's gold-devouring beetles, and they were also buzzing in a menacing manner. Only after a long while did Han Li manage to repress his own astonishment, and he exhaled as he said, "So you possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well, Senior." "Indeed. Even I've forgotten how many years it's been since I first began to nurture them, and they only reached full maturity several hundred years ago, so you can imagine how much time and effort I spent on them. They're also the reason why I'm searching for so much Divine Infernal River Elixir," Void Spirit said. "Divine Infernal River Elixir works on gold-devouring beetles as well?" Han Li asked in a surprised manner. "You can say it's useful, but you can also say it's useless. It depends on the intentions of the owner of the spirit insects," Void Spirit said with a smile. A hint of puzzlement flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this. If you only want to nurture mature gold-devouring beetles, then Divine Infernal River Elixir naturally won't have much effect, but if you want them to advance a step further, then divine infernal river elixir becomes indispensable, Void Spirit explained in a meaningful voice. Advance a step further. A thought immediately occurred to Hanlik upon hearing this, and a stunned look appeared on his face. That's right. I'll tell you about the specific details later. I didn't think that you would possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well. In that case, this divine infernal river elixir isn't all that important to me. I would like to negotiate a deal with you, but this is a rather secretive matter, so we have to discuss things in private. Golden Flame, Qing Yuanzi, you don't mind, do you? Void Spirit asked in an indifferent manner. His expression seemed to be quite calm, but the tone in his voice suggested that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Qing Yuanzi's heart stirred at the sight of the cold look in Void Spirit's eyes, and he said, I naturally won't mind as long as you're not going to hard sell fellow Daoist Han. I certainly don't mind, go ahead, brother Void Spirit, Golden Flame Baron also said with a smile. Good. In that case, please excuse me. Void Spirit nodded in a pleased manner before opening his mouth to expel a miniature pavilion that was around half a foot tall and shimmering with black light. The pavilion was entirely black in color, and its surface was riddled with runes of different colors. On top of that, the entirety of the structure was enshrouded within a layer of faint black qi, giving it quite a mysterious appearance. Void Spirit made a hand seal, and the pavilion immediately expanded to around 10 feet tall as he said, fellow Daoist Han, bring along your gold-devouring beetles and come for a chat here in my Black Wind Pavilion. He then didn't even bother to wait for Han Li's response as he stowed away his own gold-devouring beetles, then quickly shrank down to only around an inch in height before vanishing into the pavilion in a flash. I'll also have to excuse myself, then. Han Li was feeling very uneasy, but he knew he had no choice in the matter, so he could only bid farewell to Qing Yuanzi and Golden Flame Baron with a wry smile. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, brother Void Spirit has a rather eccentric personality, but he wouldn't stoop to doing something unbefitting of his status. Having said that, I suggest you agree to the exchange he offers as long as the conditions aren't too heavily weighed against your favor, Qing Yuanzi said with slightly furrowed brows. Thank you, Senior Qing. I know what I have to do, Han Li replied with a solemn voice, then stowed away his gold-devouring beetles and vanished into the pavilion as an azure thread. In the instant that he entered the pavilion, all ties to the outside world were immediately cut off. All of a sudden, Golden Flame Baron transmitted his voice to Qing Yuanzi. Are you really not concerned, brother Qing? Not only is that old geezer extremely erratic, his powers are well beyond ours. If he tries something against fellow Daoist Han in there, neither of us will be able to stop him in time. I think you're overthinking things, fellow Daoist. That old monster is indeed quite domineering, but he's never done anything unbefitting of his status before, so we need not worry. Besides, I owe fellow Daoist Han quite a big favor, and I want to protect him as best as I can, but if possible, I really don't want to offend that old monster. Otherwise, there won't be any place for me here in the Infernal River, Qing Yuanzi replied. That's true. Even though Han Li had already guessed that this would be the case, he was still rather surprised to hear this. You've put me in a really rough spot, Senior. I naturally have more than 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, but that number definitely accounts for the majority of all my beetles. I was hoping to use them as a trump card if I could reach the Grand Ascension stage someday. Void Spirit's smile faded, and a cold look appeared on his face as he said, Indeed, 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles are extremely valuable, but as long as value can be assigned to something, it can be exchanged. Setting aside everything else, there are a few types of spirit insects in my possession that I haven't yet shown you, and they're all at least as powerful as your gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, the damaged profound heavenly treasure I have is surely worth more than 5,000 gold-devouring beetles. That may be the case, but those spirit insects must be your bonded spirit insects, and as for that damaged profound heavenly treasure, I definitely wouldn't dare to ask for it. I'm sure that it'll only bring me misfortune. How about this? Would you be able to disclose to me why you'd like so many gold-devouring beetles, Senior? I'm rather perplexed as these gold-devouring beetles have recognized me as their master for many years, so even if you do take them, you won't be able to use them in battle. On top of that, 5,000 is a very specific number, which makes things even more perplexing to me, Hanli said after a brief moment of contemplation. You dare to pry into my matters? The cold expression on Void Spirit's face grew even more pronounced. Please forgive me, Senior. I invested countless time and effort into nurturing these gold-devouring beetles to maturity, and they're almost as important as my own life. If I don't know what they're going to be used for, I'll be very reluctant to hand them over, Hanli said in a resolute, unyielding manner. That's reasonable. All right, I can tell you what I intend to with these gold-devouring beetles, but after you hear my plans, you can't refuse this exchange. Otherwise. A menacing smile appeared on Void Spirit's face as he spoke. Hanli contemplated this for a short while before finally heaving a resigned sigh. All right, I'll agree to the exchange. You've made a wise decision, fellow Daoist Han. Now then, I want your gold-devouring beetles as I plan to nurture a legendary gold-devouring beetle monarch. In order to nurture this beetle monarch, a large number of mature gold-devouring beetles is required. As for why I specifically requested 5,000, that's because I already have another 5,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, and 10,000 should be more than enough for me to nurture a beetle monarch. Hence, any more than that would simply be superfluous, Void Spirit explained, and Hanli's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. Then why were you collecting divine infernal river elixir, Senior? Hanli asked. A large amount of divine infernal river elixir is one of the other methods to nurture a beetle monarch. However, if I come into possession of a sufficient number of mature gold-devouring beetles, then the elixir doesn't really matter, Void Spirit replied. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he heaved a faint sigh before extending a salute toward Qing Yuanzi. Of course. Please bid farewell to Fairy Yuan and Fairy Yin in my stead, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now. Seeing as Hanli was so willing to comply, Qing Yuanzi's expression eased slightly, and he explained, please don't blame for being inhospitable, fellow Daoist Han. It's just that it would be very detrimental for Yaoer to interact with you excessively during this critical juncture. If you stay with her for too long, it'll most likely be very difficult for her to overcome her inner demons when she attempts to make a breakthrough, so I must take the necessary precautions. You misunderstand, Senior. I see Fairy Yuan only as a close friend of mine, Hanli said with a wry smile, unsure of exactly how to explain the situation. You may only see her as a close friend, but that may not necessarily be what she thinks, Qing Yuanzi said with a hint of a smile on his face. I don't know how to explain myself, Senior, and I'm sure you don't want to hear my explanation anyway. In any case, it was all thanks to your support that I was able to obtain the divine infernal river elixir, and I'll definitely remember your kindness. Hopefully, the next time we meet, you'll have already successfully transcended your tribulation, Senior, Hanli said as he extended a parting salute. I also wish you luck in progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, fellow Daoist Han. Qing Yuanzi returned Hanli's salute. Hanli nodded upon seeing this, and he flew away as a streak of azure light, heading directly toward the spatial rift through which he had departed last time. His cultivation base had been lacking in the past, so he could only depart through the spatial rift with Qing Yuanzi's assistance. However, now that he was at the mid-body integration stage, he no longer required such assistance. Qing Yuanzi hovered in mid-air, and only after the streak of azure light had completely vanished into the distance did he heave a faint sigh. That Han brat has certainly made some rapid progress. Now that he's obtained so much divine infernal river elixir, it shouldn't be an issue at all for him to reach the late body integration stage in the future. However, it'll be quite unlikely for him to progress to the grand ascension stage unless he encounters some opportunities. Then again, he possesses quite a vast array of powerful treasures and secrets, so it may not be impossible for him. I've assisted him to the best of my abilities here. If he does happen to become a grand ascension cultivator someday, perhaps he'll return the favor. After that, Qing Yuanzi withdrew his gaze and flew back toward his cave abode. Over half a day later, violent spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above a certain nameless mountain in the infernal river, following which a giant black rift appeared out of thin air. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a five-colored pillar of light erupted from the summit of the mountain, then vanished into the rift in a flash. The spatial fluctuations then began to subside, and the giant rift also slowly sealed over. Soon, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Time flew by, and over 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. To normal mortals, several generations had passed during this time, yet in the context of the entire spirit realm, this was only a tiny fleeting passage. To the almighty being standing at the pinnacle of the entire spirit realm, 300 years was not a negligible period of time. Some powerful sects and major families could use this time to nurture several generations of brethren and disciples, and during these 300 years, massive changes had taken place in the entire human race. At present, groups of armored guards were a common sight in the three human regions, and all of the major cities had been transformed into fortresses. Bai Guo and Hai Yuetian were both at the early nascent soul stage, while Qi Lingzi was already a mid-nascent soul cultivator. By the way, junior martial sister, speaking of master, he immediately went into seclusion again after returning from the primordial world 200 years ago. Is he really planning to stay in seclusion until he makes a breakthrough to the late body integration stage? I'm not particularly sure about that either. Currently, the place where Master is in seclusion is surrounded by layers of restrictions, and even Senior Ice Phoenix isn't able to approach the secret chamber. It seems that Master is either preparing to make a breakthrough to the late body integration stage or cultivating some kind of powerful ability, and he doesn't want us to disrupt him, Bai Guo replied. Master took only about 300 years to progress from the early body integration stage to the mid-body integration stage. If he can successfully progress to the late body integration stage in such a short time, that would simply be unheard of. Hai Yuetian exclaimed. If Master really can make a breakthrough, then that would be vastly fortunate both for the three of us, and for the entire human race, but it's probably very unlikely. After all, under normal circumstances, it would take 1,000 to 2,000 years of arduous cultivation just to accumulate the enormous magic power required to progress from the mid-body integration stage to the late-body integration stage. It's simply unrealistic to attain that much magic power in just a few centuries, Qi Lingzi mused as he stroked his chin in deep thought. Why are you talking about normal circumstances, senior martial brother? When has our master ever been bound by normal circumstances? If you ask me, Master must have been quite confident in his ability to make a breakthrough prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into seclusion in the first place. During these past few centuries, Deep Heaven City and the three sovereigns have regularly sent people to visit Master, and we passed on all of this information, but haven't received any response from Master. This shows us that Master is focusing wholeheartedly in his cultivation and doesn't want to be distracted by anything else, Bai Guo countered. Looks like junior martial sister Bai is the one who has the most confidence in Master among the three of us. However, all of our analysis is futile. The truth will be revealed once Master emerges from seclusion. The devilish tribulation is about to commence in a few more decades, so Master will have to come out of seclusion before that no matter what, Qilingzi said. That's true. It's quite a pity. If the tribulation could be delayed a little, Master would at least be able to make some significant improvements, if not achieve that breakthrough, Haiyue Tian said in a slightly forlorn manner. All right, Master's cultivation is not something for us disciples to discuss as we please. All we can do now is ensure that we survive this devilish tribulation. By the way, Junior Marshal Sister, why don't you join Deep Heaven City as well? After all, Deep Heaven City will be one of the only places in the entire human race that'll be relatively safe once the tribulation commences. With your status as Master's disciple, I'm sure the elders of the city will look after you, Qilingzi suggested in a serious manner. Senior Marshal Brother Qilingzi is right. We've already decided to move all of our disciples to Deep Heaven City once the devilish tribulation commences. Even though they'll only be guards of the lowest level, with us there to look after them, they won't be used as cannon fodder, at the very least. If you can come with us, then that would naturally be even better, Haiyue Tian said with a smile. Deep Heaven City. Bai Guora's brows furrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on her face. That's true, everyone in the 3 regions have most likely already been alerted to this, Qilingzi replied. There's no need to be overly concerned, Senior Marshal Brother. The emergence of the devilish mark only indicates that the Elder Devil realm is just beginning to overlap with our spirit realm, and this process is an extremely slow one. According to past records, it'll be at least half a year before the Elder Devil race will actually be able to infiltrate our spirit realm, so we still have ample time to make preparations, Bai Guora reassured. That is indeed true, but the Elder Devil race can also gather their troops at the devilish marks, so the first few waves of attacks will be particularly ferocious. I wonder how many cities will survive, Qilingzi said with a wry smile. Bai Guora and Haiyue Tian's expressions darkened even further upon hearing this. Right at this moment, light flashed in the distant sky, and a golden flying arc traveled toward them. There were a dozen or so azure-armored guards standing atop the arc, which was over 100 feet in length, and all of the guards wore solemn expressions. The arc stopped under the giant gray mark, and all of the armored guards rose up into the air, then brought out formation flags and formation plates, as well as some strangely shaped treasures, before activating all of them in unison. Spiritual light of different colors immediately erupted in the air, creating a very eye-catching sight to behold, and there were even more streaks of light approaching this place from all directions. Let's go. The patrolling guards from Deep Heaven City have arrived. We have to inform Master of this right away, Qilingzi said in a solemn voice. Bai Guora and Haiyue Tian naturally had no objections to this, and 3 of them all flew toward a certain mountain. At the center of a secret chamber that was shimmering with faint white light, there was a huge azure cauldron that was around the same height as a grown man hovering in midair. There were 3 Hanlis seated around the cauldron atop futons, and all of them were completely still with their eyes tightly shut. Among the 3 Hanlis, one was shimmering with golden light and had black qi revolving around his body, one had green skin and was glowing with purple light, and the final one had a golden halo behind him that was constantly fluctuating in size, and contained countless surging golden runes. At the center of the halo, there were 72 azure swords pursuing one another. All of a sudden, the 3 Hanlis opened their eyes in unison, then raised their arms in complete synchronicity before thrusting their hands toward the giant cauldron. A dull clang rang out as the lid of the cauldron flew up into the air, following which countless white threads shot forth out of the cauldron. The 3 Hanlis then each pointed a finger toward the air above the cauldron, and the white thread seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier that forced them to abruptly halt in midair. Right at this moment, a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the cauldron, and a dozen or so balls of golden light emerged. These were 13 fist-sized golden beetles, and all of them had purple patterns all over their bodies. Furthermore, their abdomens were as translucent as elixir, and as soon as they emerged from the cauldron, they immediately engaged in a fierce brawl, trying to devour their companions. Bursts of astonishing baleful qi erupted forth as the buzzing sound grew even louder, and the three Hanlis immediately let loose a collective loud cry upon seeing this. Spiritual light flashed from their fingers, and they cast a series of incantation seals toward the beetles. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Ever since he had departed from the infernal river, he had cultivated while picking up all of the rare materials that he encountered, and after over 100 years, he had finally returned to the human race. At that point, he knew that the devilish tribulation was imminent, so he immediately gathered all 3 of his disciples to issue them some instructions, then went into cultivation again. He had 2 objectives for this period of seclusion, the first of which was to use the divine infernal river elixir to enhance his own physical constitution, striving to reach the pinnacle of the mid-body integration stage before attempting a breakthrough. As for the second objective, that was to try and nurture a beetle monarch using the secret technique he had obtained from Void Spirit. If he could successfully nurture a gold-devouring beetle monarch prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation, although that still may not be enough for him to travel through the elder devil realm without any qualms, it would at least ensure his survival. As such, even though he knew that there was something fishy about how easily Void Spirit had handed over the secret technique to him, he still decided to give it a try. He had been back in the human race for over 100 years, and during this time, he had studied this secret technique countless times. Furthermore, he had integrated his own insect nurturing experiences, as well as some unique advantages that he had, and developed his own method of nurturing a beetle monarch. This method was largely identical to the mayfly race's secret technique, but there were minor differences. For example, in the mayfly race's secret technique, there were certain spirit medicines that were to be fed to the gold-devouring beetles, but due to how rare they were, the spirit medicines were only to be fed once to the beetles. However, with the mysterious small vial that Hanli had up his sleeve, he was able to mass-produce these rare spirit medicines, thereby allowing him to regularly feed them to his gold-devouring beetles. Furthermore, there were some types of lightning stipulated in the mayfly race's secret technique that could be used to refine the bodies of the beetles, and he had chosen to substitute these types of lightning with his divine devil-bane lightning. Of course, only the heavens would know whether these changes would prove to be effective. However, in Han Li's eyes, this new method should have a far greater chance of success than the mayfly race's secret technique. During these past years, Hanli had kept close to 10,000 mature gold-devouring beetles that hadn't mutated in reserve, while all of the mutated gold-devouring beetles were placed together. He then employed special methods to stimulate them into devouring one another over and over again. In order to control these new gold-devouring beetles, which had become far more powerful after devouring so many of their brethren, Hanli had to purchase this massive azure cauldron for an enormous price. This cauldron wasn't going to be very useful in battle, but it could drastically enhance his ability to control his gold-devouring beetles. Thus, after making all of the required preparations and painstakingly nurturing these beetles for close to 200 years, the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles had been whittled down to these final 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. These new gold-devouring beetles were all going to be candidates to become a gold-devouring beetle monarch, and with their combined powers, they could even oppose a normal mid-body integration cultivator. However, as Hanli attempted to stimulate these 13 beetles into continuing to devour one another, he encountered an insurmountable problem. Due to how evenly matched in power these beetles were, none of them were able to kill the others. The golden and silver flames within the young man's eyes flickered incessantly, but there was a noticeable glacial aura emanating from his body. All of a sudden, he made a hand seal, and a layer of golden spiritual flames erupted from his body, which then transformed into a lavish golden robe that covered his entire body. He then made a grabbing motion toward the crystal ball from afar, and it flew over to him before vanishing into his body in a flash. The young man raised his head before murmuring to himself, "I almost died for that treasure in the true immortal realm. How dare you take it away? I don't care who you are, I'm going to hunt you down to the ends of this realm and erase you from existence. But before that, I have to get out of this place." Judging from the contents of his words, he should have been extremely angry, but his face remained completely expressionless, which created a very peculiar contrast. In the next instant, he rubbed his hands together, and golden light flashed before he raised his palms up into the air. A ball of golden light emerged, and in the beginning, it was only around the size of a human fist, but it then swelled dramatically in size, while a buzzing sound erupted throughout the entire secret chamber. Within the span of just a few breaths, a few dull thumps rang out within this mysterious palace, following which several golden pillars of light erupted in all directions from it. A string of loud rumbling booms then erupted as more golden light surged out of the palace in a frenzy, and the entire building completely crumbled and collapsed. The entire area was inundated by this golden light, and when the light faded, the golden-robed young man was revealed again, standing on the original site of the palace in an expressionless manner. He withdrew his raised arms, and moments later, a streak of golden light flew out of the ocean. After that, the streak of golden light chose a certain direction to travel toward, and it was heading directly for the Tianyuan continent. On the territory of the Tianyuan continent's Wood tribe, there was a barefoot woman in a white dress hovering gracefully over an enormous lush tree that was over 100,000 feet tall. Standing before her was an azure-robed elderly man, and they were engaged in a tense standoff. Over 1,000 feet below the woman, there was a hideous burly man in a suit of black armor, surrounded by a middle-aged man and woman. The burly man had his arms crossed, and he was glowering at the middle-aged duo with a ferocious look in his eyes. In contrast, the middle-aged pair were both quite refined in appearance, and the woman was appraising the burly man with a wary look in her eyes. "I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you infiltrated the holy land of our Wood tribe and picked over 10 of our black spirit flowers. Do you really think our tribe doesn't have any grand ascension stage beings to oppose you?" The azure-robed man said in a cold voice as he glowered at the woman before him. "I wouldn't infiltrate a place without doing sufficient research beforehand. You're a grand elder of the Wood tribe, right? Don't be so stingy, fellow Daoist Wu. There's no need to get so worked up over a few black spirit flowers," the woman said in an unflustered manner, seemingly completely unfazed by the powerful foe standing before her. "Humph, you make it sound like no big deal, but black spirit flowers possess extraordinary effects, and our entire tribe can only produce just over 100 such flowers per 10,000 years. You've taken close to half of them at once, and you think you'll simply be allowed to go free?" The elderly man's expression darkened as he spoke. "I trust your judgment, Grand Elder. As for that man, I saw an indistinct WIRM projection on his body, and I could also see that he possesses extremely pure devilish chi. Could he be somehow related to the Elder Devil race?" the woman speculated. "Most likely not. There are countless Devil Dao cultivation arts littered throughout the spirit realm, and the fact that his true form is a WIRM indicates that he's definitely not from the Elder Devil race. The WIRMs and the Elder Devils are sworn enemies, and if two such beings were to encounter one another, a battle to the death would immediately ensue," the elderly man concluded after a brief pause for thought. Despite his vast wealth of knowledge and experience, it didn't occur to this Wood tribe Grand Elder that the black-armored man could be an evil dragon that had been extinct for countless years in the spirit realm. As a result, he naturally made a massive lapse in judgment. Meanwhile, high up in the air thousands of kilometers away, the burly man was speaking to the woman in white in a respectful manner. "Sacred Ancestor, if these black spirit flowers are useful to you, then why didn't you take all of them? That Wood Tribe Grand Elder is only an early Grand Ascension stage being, so there's no way he could have posed a threat to you. After all, even among all of the sacred ancestors of our holy realm, your powers rank among the top 5. I'm confident in my ability to defeat that Wood Tribe Grand Elder, but I'm not actually confident in my ability to kill him. On top of that, black spirit flowers only have a limited effect in helping me recover from my injuries, so they'll cease to be effective for me once I consume more than 10. As such, there's a mismatch between risk and reward, so why would I do something so unwise? The woman explained. I see. However, we've scoured most of the Tianyuan continent already. If we can't find anything soon, then isn't it time we left this continent? If I recall correctly, the Holy Realm should be about to descend upon this realm, and it would be very bad for us if we were to encounter other sacred ancestors, the man said in a hesitant manner. Prior to escaping from the Holy Realm, I did indeed discuss some details about this with the other sacred ancestors, and this is indeed one of the regions where our two realms overlap the most. However, there's no need to be concerned. Even though the Holy Realm is about to descend, those sacred ancestors won't be able to arrive in the spirit realm right away. At the very most, we'll only have to deal with their clones. On top of that, I couldn't be certain prior to this, but I used a divination secret technique after reaching this place, and the technique tells me that there's a very good chance that the thing I'm looking for is here. As such, I certainly can't just leave under these circumstances, the woman chuckled. I see. In that case, I'll do everything in my power to find that thing and help you recover your powers, even if it means giving up my life, the burly man said with a confident slap of his own chest. Looks like Ming Luo disciplined you very well. If you can help me recover my powers, then I'll naturally reward you handsomely as well, the woman said with a faint mysterious smile. Thank you, sacred ancestor. I am yours to do with as you see fit. The burly man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately scrambled to express his loyalty again. The woman merely glanced at the burly man with a hint of a smile and didn't say anything further. Thus, the two of them continued onward, and they were heading directly toward the territory of the human race. Hanli was on the peak of a certain mountain, appraising the gigantic devilish mark in the sky with a dark expression. Several tens of feet behind him, his 3 disciples were standing in a respectful manner with their hands by their sides. Hanli heaved a faint sigh before instructing, "Let's go back now. It looks like the devilish tribulation is definitely going to commence within half a year." "Yes, Master." The 3 disciples naturally had no objections. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that swept up all 4 of them, then flew directly toward the cave abode. An hour later, Hanli was seated in the hall of his cave abode with a silver-robed beauty sitting beside him. This was none other than the ice phoenix who had been cultivating under his protection this entire time. At this point, not only had she recovered all of her former magic power, she had already reached the late deity transformation stage, and a major contributing factor behind her fast progress was the pills that Hanli had been constantly providing her with. Bai Guo, Hai Yuetian, and Qi Lingzi were also standing in the secret chamber. "Brother Han, the devilish mark has appeared far too close to our cave abode for comfort. This clearly isn't a suitable place to cultivate at anymore. What are your plans from here? Should we move our cave abode elsewhere right away?" The ice phoenix asked with a hint of concern in her eyes. These past few centuries had been the most enjoyable period of time in her cultivation journey. Not only did she not have to worry about her own safety, she had a virtually limitless supply of exceptional pills, yet all of this could come to an end now with the impending devilish tribulation looming over their heads. "We will indeed have to move the cave abode. Let's move to Deep Heaven City. After all, once the devilish tribulation commences, almost all sparsely populated areas will be extremely dangerous. Even if we don't go to Deep Heaven City, we'll still have to go to one of the sovereign cities," Hanli replied. "We're moving to Deep Heaven City." Does that mean you plan to join their panel of elders, Brother Han? The Ice Phoenix asked in a surprised manner. No, only the four of you will be residing in Deep Heaven City in the long term. I'll help defend Deep Heaven City against the first few waves of attacks from the Elder Devil realm, then go to cultivate in a secret place that the Elder Devils won't be able to find, Hanli replied with a shake of his head. Why is that? Could it be? A thought immediately occurred to the Ice Phoenix. Hanli nodded in confirmation. That's right, I'll be able to attempt a breakthrough to the late body integration stage in about 10 more years, so I need to go into seclusion for some time. I see. That is indeed a wise decision, Brother Han. As for your breakthrough to the late body integration stage, I promise to assist you during the process, so when the time comes, I'll do as you say, Brother Han, the Ice Phoenix said as a faint blush appeared on her face. Hanli nodded before turning to his 3 disciples. Clean up the cave abode and tell all of your disciples that we're leaving this place in 3 days. Guar, seeing as you're unwilling to go to Deep Heaven City, you can go to Xianwu City after taking care of all of the disciples. Xianwu City will be guarded by Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign and that old tortoise, so it'll be a very safe place. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. The 3 disciples naturally didn't have objections, and they all extended respectful bows toward Hanli. Thus, 3 days later, several giant arcs that were over 300 feet in length emerged from a mountain. Standing at the very front of one of the arcs was an azure-robed young man with an extremely calm and collected look on his face, looking as if nothing in this world could impact his emotions. On the other arcs stood several hundreds of people of both genders and all age ranges, some of whom wore nervous looks on their faces, but most of them were very excited. Moments later, bright spiritual light flashed from the surfaces of the giant arcs, and they quickly vanished into the distance as massive balls of light. Almost at the exact same time, there were tens of thousands of mortals and cultivators who were also boarding a series of giant flying arcs on a small mountain range countless kilometers away. The entire scene was extremely bustling and chaotic, and on one of the arcs stood a woman in a palatial dress, surrounded by a dozen or so deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. The woman was an exquisite beauty who appeared to be in her 20s, and her brows were slightly furrowed as she appraised the chaotic scenes unfolding before her. Senior Blood Spirit, I think it would be a safer option to travel to Xianwu City. After all, aside from Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign, there's also a giant beast in Xianwu City that's close to a true spirit in power, a spatial tempering stage elderly man said in a hesitant manner. Are you doubting my judgment? The woman asked in a cold voice. No, I wouldn't dare, the elderly man hurriedly said. You don't know anything. With the Tyrant Sovereign and that old tortoise, Xianwu City will naturally be more powerful than Tianyuan City, but I have some ties with the current Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, so at the very least, our Su family won't be used as cannon fodder when we reach Tianyuan City. In contrast, I certainly can't guarantee the same in Xianwu City, the woman said in a confident manner. I see. Forgive me for my ignorance, the elderly man said with a respectful salute. I'll let you off the hook this one time seeing as you're thinking for the sake of the Su family, but don't blame me for turning on you if you do that again, the woman said with a cold look in her eyes. Everyone around her hurriedly bowed in unison upon hearing this and proclaimed that they wouldn't dare to question her authority again. The woman merely waved a hand before turning away. Over half a day later, around 100 arcs of different sizes rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction, and the mountain range was completely deserted in the blink of an eye. The enormous estate of the Su family had been abandoned in its entirety, just like that. The same thing was happening all throughout the human race. Some of the prominent families who hadn't yet joined any major powers finally lost their cool after the devilish marks appeared, and they all abandoned their estates to seek out greener pastures. 2 months later, a golden-robed old monk was standing atop the giant city wall of Deep Heaven City, looking into the distance through a pair of narrowed eyes. Behind the monk were a dozen or so high-grade cultivators in different attire, and they were also looking into the distance with curiosity in their eyes. Not long after that, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and one flying arc after another emerged before heading directly toward the city wall. A stir immediately ran through the cultivators standing behind the monk, and the situation became slightly chaotic. The monk didn't turn around, but he could sense everyone's reactions, and he immediately cleared his throat with furrowed brows. He didn't do so very loudly, but all of the chatter immediately died down, and at this moment, several more arcs appeared in the distance amid flashes of spiritual light. "May I ask which branch of the demon race you're from, fellow Taoist?" Han Li asked with a contemplative look in his eyes. "A similar aura. Your acquaintance must also be a silver wolf being then, fellow Taoist. Silver Light is one of the silver wolf race's 2 body integration cultivators," the black-robed man explained. Fairy Silver Light's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she asked in a curious manner, "I am indeed a member of the silver wolf race. What is the name of your acquaintance, fellow Taoist Han? Perhaps I'll know of them." Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he really did decide to ask about Silvermoon. "In that case, I really do plan to ask you about her. Would you happen to know if a fellow Taoist by the name of Ling Long is doing well at the moment?" At his current cultivation base, he naturally didn't have to fear Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei, so he was able to ask this question without any inhibitions. He had been keeping an eye out for information about Silvermoon after reaching the body integration stage, but the territory of the Silver Wolf race was a very secretive place, and they very rarely came into contact with outsiders. Hence, everyone that Han Li asked either knew nothing, or could only provide tiny morsels of information that were nowhere near enough for him to learn about Silvermoon's current situation. Now that he had encountered a body integration stage Silver Wolf being, Han Li naturally wasn't going to pass up this opportunity. "Ling Long. Your acquaintance is Sister Ling Long. Come to think of it, I've heard that you're an ascended cultivator. Could it be that you're—" Fairy Silver Light's voice cut off mid-sentence as if she had suddenly thought of something taboo, and a very peculiar look had appeared in her eyes as she appraised Han Li. Han Li was quite elated to hear this, but his expression remained calm as he said, "So you really do know Fairy Ling Long. I grew up with Sister Ling Long, so of course I know her. I do have some information about Ling Long, but I can't disclose too much to you. All I can tell you is that Ling Long is alive and well, and she's already reached the late spatial tempering stage." Fairy Silver Light sighed. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, his lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to Fairy Silver Light. "What's there that can't be disclosed? I understand that this is not an appropriate place to speak about such matters. I'll pay you a separate visit in a couple of days, and we can discuss Ling Long in greater detail." A hesitant look flashed through Fairy Silver Light's eyes upon hearing this, but she still nodded in the end. Everyone else was rather intrigued by Han Li and Fairy Silver Light's exchange, but none of them pried into the matter. Instead, they changed the subject and began to discuss matters related to the imminent devilish tribulation, as well as how grateful they were that Han Li was willing to offer them his assistance. After entertaining this ironic thought for a moment, Han Li suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a yellow talisman, then swiped it through the air, and it shot forth as a streak of golden light before vanishing in a flash. He then flew over to a nearby hill before taking a seat on a huge rock and closing his eyes in a calm manner. Immortal Galaxy Tree. Has anyone else noticed that the author reused the name Jinyu? Between Shirkuan and Jinyu, the author doesn't seem have enough names in his bag lol. After a while, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he reopened his eyes. A ball of golden light was flying out of the giant city that belonged to the Long family, and it quickly arrived in the air close to Han Li. Within the golden ball of light was a middle-aged man. It was none other than the Long family patriarch. He was appraising Han Li in an expressionless manner from above, and Han Li calmly rose to his feet before cupping his fist in a salute. "Greetings, Brother Long. I heard that you had progressed to the mid-body integration stage, and I had thought that was just a rumor. However, it seems that you really made another breakthrough, fellow Daoist Han. Your rate of progression may not be unmatched by anyone of the past or the future, but there's certainly no one in the entire human race who can currently compare with you," the Long family patriarch said in a slightly awestruck manner. "You're far too kind, Brother Long. I'm sure you haven't come out to see me just to discuss my cultivation progression, right?" Han Li said in an indifferent manner. The Long family patriarch's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Of course not, but I think the purpose for your visit is already quite apparent. You've progressed to the mid-body integration stage, so you've clearly already decided to come with us on our journey to the Elder Devil race. Indeed, I've decided to join you on this journey, but that's not the main purpose for my visit. I would like to propose an exchange with you, Brother Long," Han Li said as he crossed his arms in a calm manner. The Long family patriarch faltered slightly upon hearing this before a curious look appeared in his eyes. "Oh. What's the exchange?" "I heard that your Long family is able to refine a type of pill known as the Dragon Spirit Pill using Dragon True Spirit blood as the main ingredient, and that this pill is rather useful for breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks. Also, I've heard that your family seems to have replicated the legendary giant Atlas Ark," Han Li replied without giving a direct response. "That is indeed the case. Are you interested in those two items, fellow Daoist?" "That's a pity for you, then, because there's no way I would offer those two items for exchange," the Long family patriarch chuckled coldly. "Why speak in such absolute terms, Brother Long? There is nothing in this world that can't be exchanged. It's all about whether I can offer you something that'll be sufficiently tempting to you," Han Li chuckled in a confident manner. The Long family patriarch's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. "Oh. You sound very confident, fellow Daoist." Han Li smiled, and continued, "I heard that you've been held back by a late body integration stage bottleneck for tens of thousands of years already. Would you be interested in something that can help you break through that bottleneck?" The Long family patriarch was stunned to hear this, but he quickly regained his composure, and said, "I would indeed be interested in something like that, but that'll depend on what it is. If the effects are very minimal, then it won't be very useful to me. Why don't you take a look at this, fellow Daoist Long?" Han Li smiled as he swept a sleeve through the air, sending a thumb-sized jade vial flying directly toward the Long family patriarch. The Long family patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly as he drew the small vial into his grasp, and his expression changed slightly as soon as he injected his spiritual sense into the vial. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly removed the lid on the vial before bringing its opening to his nose to inhale the scent of its contents. "Is this Celestial River Silver Elixir?" "No, not quite. It seems to be something even more potent. It's rather similar to High Zenith Immortal Elixir, but the color is a little different." "Your Divine Infernal River Elixir is indeed extremely useful to me, but the exchange you proposed is too unreasonable. If you want to exchange this elixir for my Dragon Spirit Pills and a giant Atlas Ark, you have to hand over another item or a huge sum of spirit stones as well. That second item can be of a slightly lower value than the giant Atlas Ark," the Long family patriarch said in a cold voice. "All right, I can consider this condition. How about this? Aside from the Divine Infernal River Elixir, I'll throw in a batch of materials worth over 100 million spirit stones for a giant Atlas Ark. What do you think?" Han Li proposed as he stroked his chin. "Materials worth 100 million spirit stones. What kind of materials are these? The Long family patriarch asked as his lips twitched slightly. I have a list here for you to inspect, Brother Long, Hanli said in a confident manner, then swept a sleeve through the air to send a jade slip flying through the air as a white ball of light. You sure came prepared, fellow Daoist Han. The Long family patriarch could only sigh in a resigned manner before drawing the jade slip into his grasp. After only briefly inspecting the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense, a stunned look appeared on the Long family patriarch's face. What do you think of those materials, Brother Long? Those are all items that your Long family require, right? Hanli asked in a meaningful voice. The Long family patriarch was silent for a long while before he finally said with a peculiar look on his face, to think that you were able to source these items that several major powers desperately need. It looks like you've had your sights set on our Long family's giant Atlas Ark for a long time. Otherwise, there's no way you would have gathered all these materials in a short time. These items can't even be purchased with spirit stones at this point in time. Very well, it seems that this is not an unfair exchange, so I'll accept it. You've definitely made a wise decision, Brother Long. This is a mutually beneficial exchange. An elated smile appeared on Hanli's face, and he brought his hands together in front of his own chest before separating them to reveal an azure bracelet and the white jade veil again. However, he didn't immediately toss the items over to the Long family patriarch. Instead, he merely looked up at him in an expectant manner. The Long family patriarch was naturally aware of his intentions, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to summon 2 balls of spiritual light, one golden and one black. These were none other than a golden vial, and a glossy black miniature ark. There wasn't anything remarkable about the golden vial aside from a few leaf-like patterns engraved onto its surface, but the miniature ark, which was only several inches in length, was intricate beyond belief. Not only was the surface of the ark as black as ink, the ark was a 3-mast barquentine with a cabin that had as many as 5 levels. Furthermore, there were countless colorful formations engraved onto the surface of the ark that were far too miniature to be visible to the naked eye, but they were clearly extremely profound. The Long family patriarch flicked his wrist, and the 2 items were tossed toward Hanli. Hanli's eyes immediately lit up, and he also tossed his jade veil and storage bracelet upward without any hesitation, then drew the 2 items descending toward him into his grasp. He removed the lid of the golden vial and slowly swept his spiritual sense over each and every crimson pill within the vial, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. With this vial of pills that were vastly renowned in the entire human race, he had increased his chances of making a breakthrough to the late body integration stage by 5%. He then turned his gaze toward the miniature black ark. So this is the giant Atlas Ark, eh? It does indeed look quite extraordinary, but I'll have to examine its powers. Thus, Hanli tossed the miniature ark into the air before pointing a finger toward it. A resounding rumbling sound rang out, and black light flashed as the miniature ark swelled to countless times its original size. Initially, it was only around several hundred feet in size, but in the blink of an eye, it had become as massive as a mountain. Its 3 black masts were like a trio of heavenly pillars that extended for over 100,000 feet up into the air, and several extremely lifelike ferocious black beasts had been inscribed onto the black sails, giving off an extremely menacing appearance. What was even more astonishing was that after expanding the ark to its full size, different items had surfaced from the centers of the formations on the giant ark. Some of these items were balls, some of them were cylinders, but no matter what shape the items were in, all of them had extremely complex runes engraved on their surfaces. It was quite clear that these items had been designed to be easy to activate, but were still capable of unleashing enormous power. However, with this many of them, it would most likely require hundreds of cultivators to activate all of them at once. The most eye-catching things on the ark were the 3 semi-transparent 5-colored pillars protruding from the top of the cabin. Not only were these 3 pillars as thick as water tanks, they were over 1,000 feet in length, and none of the other aforementioned items could compare with them. Just as Hanli was carefully inspecting the giant ark, the Long family patriarch had already completed his examination of the elixir and storage bracelet. He stowed the 2 items away, then cast his gaze toward the massive ark as he said, "It cost over 100 million spirit stones and materials alone to construct this giant Atlas ark, and that's completely discounting the enormous amount of labor, time, and effort that went into its construction process. If I were to sell this ark, I normally wouldn't consider any offer less than twice the value of the materials that you offered to me. I know that I stand to benefit slightly more from this exchange than you do, but at the same time, that elixir and those materials definitely can't be purchased with spirit stones in the outside world. In any case, our exchange is complete, so there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Send me a message in advance when you decide to enter the Elder Devil realm, and I'll be sure to arrive on time." Hanli chuckled as he made a hand seal, and the giant ark shrank down to several inches in size again before flying up his sleeve. As long as the human race can withstand the first few waves of attacks from the Elder Devil race and limit the magnitude of the devilish tribulation to a manageable scope, then we'll definitely go ahead with our trip, and I'll be sure to notify you in advance. With your current cultivation base, I'm sure you'll be of great assistance to us, the Long family patriarch said as a rare smile appeared on his wooden face. Hanli nodded in response before suddenly turning to what appeared to be a patch of empty air with a peculiar smile on his face. He then cupped his fist in a salute toward that direction before flying away as a streak of azure light. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and only after the streak of azure light had completely vanished into the distance did he heave a faint sigh. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from the spot that Hanli had been looking at before, and a black-robed man emerged out of thin air. It was none other than the Long family's other grand elder. He wore a dark expression as he also cast his gaze toward the direction that Hanli had departed in, and said in a grim voice, "It seems that he sensed my presence very early on. This new concealment ability that I've cultivated makes it very difficult even for you to sense my presence," yet it was unable to fool him. He's either cultivated some kind of powerful special ability or possesses a powerful treasure that specializes in countering concealment techniques. Indeed. However, there's also a possibility that his spiritual sense is more powerful than ours. With his astonishing rate of progression, it makes sense that he has a few incredible abilities up his sleeve. In any case, he'll be a valuable addition to our party when we venture into the Elder Devil realm. I'm sure he'll be no less powerful than the body integration stage beings of the spirit race, the Long family patriarch replied with an expressionless nod. I've done some research on this Han brat, and he could potentially be a volatile element in our party, the black-robed man said with furrowed brows. So what? How much do you know about the other people we've invited? It doesn't matter as long as they can help us accomplish our objective. This devilish tribulation is going to be extremely perilous for our human race, but it's also a brilliant opportunity for body integration cultivators like us. Failure is not an option for this trip. Otherwise, we'll remain at the body integration stage for the rest of our lives, the Long family patriarch said as a look of vicious determination appeared on his face. You're right, Brother Long, but before this, we have to keep the Elder Devil race at bay first, the black-robed man agreed with a nod before turning toward a certain part of the giant city behind them. I've gathered 13 major families to create this stronghold, and each city can defend one another. Regardless of whether it's the number of high-grade cultivators present or the defensive capabilities of the stronghold, this place definitely isn't inferior to the 3 sovereign cities. Even if this devilish tribulation is going to be more fearsome than the rumors suggest, this stronghold should be able to stand strong, the Long family patriarch said in a confident manner. I'm also firmly of the same opinion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collaborated with you, Brother Long. Seeing as that Han brat's gone, let's go back and take care of our own matters as well. The devilish mark is becoming larger and larger, the elder devil race will most likely descend upon us in around 3 or 4 months, so we have to make ample preparations," the black-robed man said in a solemn manner. "Indeed, I have a cauldron of important pills that I'm currently refining as well," the Long family patriarch said with a nod before sweeping a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of golden light. The light enveloped his body, and he flew toward the massive city as a ball of golden light. The black-robed man also made a hand seal upon seeing this, and followed along as a black gust of wind. Meanwhile, Hanli was already several thousand kilometers away, and a little after 2 months, Hanli finally returned to Deep Heaven City via teleportation formation. At this point, the entire city was in a state of high alert, and all of the restriction formations had been semi-activated. If it weren't for the fact that Hanli was a body integration cultivator, he most likely wouldn't even have been granted access to the teleportation formations. Hanli flew straight back to the pagoda that he and his disciples were living in before giving them the giant Atlas Ark, then instructed them to get all of the disciples to familiarize themselves with the treasure as quickly as possible. The giant Atlas Ark could only display its true power when used by a certain number of people, so this was a life-saving trump card that Hanli was leaving to his disciples. Otherwise, with their nascent soul stage cultivation bases, it would be very difficult to say whether they'd be able to survive the devilish tribulation. After that, Hanli returned to the top level of the pagoda and went into seclusion again. However, on this occasion, he instructed his disciples to keep an eye on the devilish mark and to give him daily reports on the changes displayed by it. Thus, one day passed by after another, and the atmosphere in Deep Heaven City was only becoming tenser and tenser. Not only did the devilish marks near Deep Heaven City encompass an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, they were becoming glossy black, and there were even some patches where churning devilish chi could be clearly seen. However, the devilish marks near Deep Heaven City weren't that massive compared to the ones in the other parts of the human regions. It was said that the largest of the devilish marks had appeared near the city of the newly assigned spirit sovereign, and it was over 100 times larger than the devilish marks present near Deep Heaven City. Upon receiving this news, Hanli could only heave a faint sigh before casting the matter out of his mind. On this day, there were 2 shimmering golden flying arcs situated near an inky black devilish mark that was countless kilometers in size. The 2 arcs were several tens of feet in length each, and they were concealed within a lush forest that was close to 10 kilometers away. On each of the 2 arcs were 2 golden-armored heavenly guards and several black-armored guards, and these people were currently discussing something in hushed tones with grim looks on their faces. "Brother Chin, I've been feeling very uneasy these past few days. Is this a sign that the devilish tribulation is about to commence soon?" a golden-armored man with a pair of thick muscle-bound arms said with furrowed brows. "You're not the only one, fellow Daoist Jin. I've been feeling very anxious ever since I was deployed here to keep tabs on this devilish mark. Thankfully, that's the extent of our role, and as soon as the devilish mark is broken, we can immediately activate the teleportation formation to return to the city, so there's not actually that much danger involved," a short and thin elderly man replied with a wry smile. "I'm also aware that this is not actually a very dangerous task, yet I still can't help but feel uneasy. It seems that I need to hone my mental state." Having said that, "We really are very unlucky to have drawn lots and been assigned to this place," the burly man said in a resigned manner. Staying in the city is naturally safer, but as long as we can complete this mission, we'll be rewarded extremely handsomely, so I think the reward outweighs the risk," the elderly man said with a shake of his head. "That's true. The pills offered by the panel of elders are extremely precious and will be very useful to us." "Hold on, what's that?" the burly man replied with a wry smile before abruptly rising to his feet. He cast his gaze toward the distance, and his expression changed drastically. "Is the devilish mark about to break?" The elderly man's heart jolted as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction, as did the black-armored guards, and all of their faces immediately turned completely pale. A vast expanse of space beneath the devilish mark in the distance had suddenly begun to twist and writhe violently, as if the heavens were about to be flipped onto its head. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and countless demonic bats that were each over 10 feet in length emerged from the churning devilish chi within the devilish mark. All of the bats had skin that was as red as blood and a single black horn on each of their heads. They opened their mouths, and bursts of sound waves surged forth in a frenzy toward the warped space down below. The countless bursts of sound waves struck the space down below before exploding in violent waves, and earth-shattering booms instantly rang out from the warped sky. In the next instant, several long white rifts suddenly appeared on the devilish mark, and as the sound waves continued to surge through the air, the sound of shattering glass began to ring out. The white rifts instantly transformed into countless white threads that spread rapidly in all directions, following which the entire sky completely shattered. Inky black devilish chi surged forth like floodwaters through a broken dam, instantly forming a sea of darkness that dispersed in all directions at an incredible speed. The countless giant devil bats also descended in a frenzy while letting loose a series of high-pitched screeches. Crimson light revolved around their bodies, and from a distance, it looked as if countless balls of crimson flames had appeared within the sea of darkness before also spreading in all directions. What was even more astonishing was that within the depths of the devilish mark, which had already transformed into a massive black hole, even more astonishing roars could be heard, and it was quite clear that there were going to be more devilish beasts flooding into the spirit realm. In the distance, the golden-armored burly man finally returned to his senses, and hurriedly said to the elderly man in a hushed voice, "The elder devil race is invading. Our mission is complete, activate the teleportation formation right away." "Activate the teleportation formation," the elderly man instructed without any hesitation, then made a hand seal before casting a series of incantation seals into a small formation beneath his feet. The black armored guard standing behind him hurriedly arrived by his side before also making hand seals to assist him. A faint buzzing sound immediately rang out from the golden arc underfoot, and hundreds of runes appeared down below, before then forming a white light formation. The same was happening to the other golden arc as well. The two arcs began to release scintillating golden light, and they were going to be teleported away at any moment now. The golden-armored burly man heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and his expression finally eased slightly. However, right at this moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out in the air above the forest they were hiding in. "Hee, looks like I'm in luck. I've only just entered the spirit realm and I've already come across a pair of spatial tempering cultivators. You two will be perfect for an appetizer." Both the burly man and the elderly man were stunned to hear this voice, and they turned to discover a hideous young man standing just over 300 feet away from the two golden arcs. The man was very short and thin, with a dark complexion, and a pair of bat wings on his back. His facial features were extremely sinister, and his wings were even larger than his body. He bore a striking resemblance to the countless crimson devilish bats in the sky, but the aura he was releasing was countless times more powerful. "It's a high-grade devilish being." Both of the heavenly guards naturally instantly identified the young man, and they were extremely alarmed. Both of them had been focusing their attention on the changes unfolding in the devilish mark, yet they had completely failed to notice as this young man approached them from above. After a brief moment of astonishment, both of them immediately sprang into action without any hesitation. One of them laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a dozen or so small silver swords instantly shot forth before flying through the air as streaks of silver light. Meanwhile, the other heavenly guard raised an arm, and a five-colored ring was summoned. The ring then transformed into countless five-colored ring projections that formed a protective barrier around the two golden arcs. One of them was attacking the enemy as the other was setting up defenses, and it was quite clear that this wasn't the first time they had fought alongside one another. Their objective wasn't to defeat this high-grade devilish being, they only wanted to keep the young man at bay for a short while so they could complete their teleportation. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face, revealing 2 rows of sharp little fangs. In the face of the oncoming streaks of silver light, he made no effort to take evasive measures. Instead, he opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of golden sound waves that swept up all of the streaks of silver light. An astonishing scene then ensued. The streaks of sword chi immediately reverted back into their original sword form amid an anguished wail, then tumbled down from above amid the golden sound waves. The golden-armored burly man's face immediately paled upon seeing this. Those swords were his bonded treasures that he had been cultivating for several millennia, yet before he could recover his control over the swords, the young man suddenly flapped his bat wings, and the sounds of howling winds and rumbling thunderclaps immediately rang out. The young man's body blurred slightly before he abruptly vanished on the spot. However, in the next instant, he reappeared right above the 2 golden arcs before launching his fists toward the countless 5-colored ring projections in the air without any hesitation. 2 resounding booms rang out in quick succession as a pair of shimmering crimson fists vanquished all of the opposing 5-colored projections. The young man flapped his wings again, and he appeared behind the burly man in the blink of an eye before plunging an arm through his body with ease. The suit of golden armor didn't offer any resistance to the young man's attack. Arg! The black-armored guards on the golden arc were naturally petrified upon seeing this, and they immediately fled for their lives. However, the young man merely swept a bat wing behind himself without even turning his head to unleash a black blade of light that was over 1,000 feet in length. The blade was as fast as lightning, and all of the black-armored guards let loose howls of anguish as they were reduced to a rain of blood. Even the nascent souls within their bodies had been destroyed. The young man then flew toward the other golden arc as a ball of crimson light, and even prior to his arrival, the overwhelming odor of blood and gore had already settled over the arc. The elderly man had no time to react, and his face instantly became deathly pale. Coincidentally, the teleportation formation beneath his feet flashed with white light right at this moment, and he was teleported away, along with the entire golden arc. As such, the young man only managed to pounce on empty air, and the ball of crimson light around him faded. A hint of frustration appeared on his face as he looked at the remnants of the teleportation formation in the air, and he swept a bat wing violently through the air, releasing a gust of fierce winds that erased what remained of the formation. "Ha, I can't believe you couldn't even kill a pair of spatial tempering stage humans. I was holding back and leaving them to you, but it looks like I've overestimated you." A burst of cackling that was filled with mockery suddenly rang out from behind a huge tree nearby. "Meng Man, when did you get here? Isn't your lightning cow race supposed to be part of the second group to enter the spirit realm?" "Humph, if it weren't for that teleportation formation, there's no way those humans would have escaped from me." The young man immediately flared up with rage in response before turning his gaze toward that huge tree. The ordinary-looking tree suddenly warped before transforming into a green-skinned giant that was around 50 to 60 feet tall. The giant had a pair of curved black horns on his head, and his face was covered in yellow fur. He wore a suit of black leather armor, and there was a pair of golden hatchets strapped onto his back. He was currently appraising the young man with a mocking look in his eyes, and in response to the young man's enraged expression, he merely smiled, and said in a nonchalant manner, "Our lightning cow race recently received an order from the sacred ancestors, instructing us to be among the first group to enter the spirit realm alongside your devilish bat race, so my brethren have already entered this realm." After that, the cow-headed giant pointed into the distant sky in a nonchalant manner. "Is that so?" The young man was quite surprised to hear this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction. There, he discovered that aside from the giant bats pouring out of the gargantuan black hole up above, huge azure cows that were around 100 feet in length each were also rushing out from within. Not only were these cows astonishingly huge, their bodies were also covered in strange silver patterns, presenting a very mysterious sight to behold. If it's an order from the sacred ancestors, then it can't be helped, but you clumsy cows will only slow us down. With the speed of our devilish bat race, it'll only take us a few days to clear out all of the human cultivators in the nearby area so we can begin building a devilish city, the young man said in a slightly sheepish manner. That's what I wanted to discuss with you. Your devilish bat race will naturally be able to sweep through low-grade human cultivators with ease, but if you encounter some more powerful humans, you devilish bat beings will be nothing more than cannon fodder. There's no way you can compare with our lightning cow race, the giant chuckled coldly. The young man was furious to hear this. Is that so? Then how about we see which of our two races can kill more human cultivators in the next 3 days? Sure, and just to make things interesting, the loser has to hand over a third of what they plunder from the spirit realm to the winner, the giant said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. You have yourself a bet, the young man said in a cold manner before flapping his wings, flying over to the giant in the blink of an eye before extending a shimmering crimson hand. The giant chuckled in a sinister manner before swinging one of his huge hands toward the young man's hand, and the two palms clashed amid a dull thump. In the instant that they came into contact with one another, crimson and azure light erupted forth, following which both the young man and the giant swayed slightly before springing back as if they had been bitten by a snake. As soon as the young man stabilized himself in mid-air, he yelled with a baleful expression, "Where are the 5 bats? We pay our respects to the revered general." As soon as this voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and 5 crimson bats that were far more enormous than their brethren appeared amid gusts of fierce winds. These bats each had a wingspan in excess of 100 feet, and they were truly astonishingly massive. Go and capture a few human mortals, the young man instructed. Yes, master, the 5 giant bats immediately replied before flapping their wings and vanishing again as 5 gusts of wind. A cold smile appeared on the cow-headed giant's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a golden horn before bringing it to his lips and blowing vigorously into it. A long continuous note immediately rang out, and it was imbued with an indescribable primal aura. As soon as they heard this sound, the eyes of the giant azure cows in the distance immediately turned bright red. Steam began to billow out of their mouths and nostrils, and they snarled ferociously as they charged out of the surging black chi before converging toward the giant. The sound from the horn then suddenly changed, and the sound of metal clashing against metal abruptly rang out alongside that single continuous note. Immediately thereafter, the giant flew away into the distance as a streak of silver light, and tens of thousands of lightning cows followed along behind him like an unstoppable wave. The young man's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, and he also let loose a sharp cry. A stir immediately ran through the devilish bats as well upon hearing this sound, and they dispersed in all directions as a dozen or so crimson clouds as if they had all been issued an order. The number of devilish bats exceeded that of the lightning cows by more than tenfold, and even though they had been split up into a dozen or so groups, each group still had over 10,000 devilish bats. 2 of the groups immediately flew in the same direction the horde of lightning cows had just departed toward, seemingly completely unconcerned about being discovered by the lightning cows. Meanwhile, the young man himself flew into the largest of the crimson clouds as a streak of crimson light, and not longer after that, all of the devilish beasts that had emerged from the sea of devilish chi had departed from the scene, allowing peace and quiet to return to the area. However, no more than 10 minutes later, a burst of loud hissing suddenly rang out as the devilish chi surged violently, and a series of giant glossy black pythons emerged from within. These pythons ranged from around 200 feet in length to as long as over 1,000 feet. Furthermore, all of these pythons had a crimson eye on each of their foreheads. This was a horde of extremely rare 3-eyed devilish pythons. There were clearly far fewer giant pythons than there had been lightning cows and devilish bats, with only around 5,000 to 6,000 of them in total. However, the collective aura they were releasing was far more fearsome than the previous two types of devilish beasts. The largest of the pythons was over 3,000 feet in length, and standing atop its head was a high-grade devilish being wearing a black mask and a suit of menacing azure armor. He had his arms crossed as he inspected his surroundings, and he seemed to be rather taken aback by the absence of the two types of devilish beasts that had emerged before the giant pythons. However, he then abruptly stomped down onto the devilish python beneath his feet, and the python immediately reared up with its upper body before letting loose a thunderous hissing sound. Crimson light then flashed from the massive python's forehead, and a pair of strange crimson horns appeared on its head, while its back bulged and writhed before a pair of fleshy azure wings emerged. All of the surrounding three-eyed devilish pythons immediately rushed out of the devilish cheat upon seeing this, then raised their heads and hissed in unison as if they were paying homage to their king. Only the azure-armored devilish being remained completely still on the giant python's head with an extremely cold look in his eyes. It's only been 10,000 years since we last met, yet this bonded python of yours has evolved once again. It's probably powerful enough to oppose an early body integration stage being now, right, Brother Wei? A male voice suddenly rang out after all of the pythons had emerged from the devilish chi. Immediately thereafter, a gust of wind blew past, and a strange insect that was over 10 feet in length appeared. This insect had a purple body and a pair of long and thin feelers. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and it had a pair of front limbs that resembled giant blades, much like those of a praying mantis. There was also a small humanoid figure who was only around 3 feet tall standing atop the giant insect. This was a young child who appeared to only be around 7 to 8 years of age, and his hair was arranged into a pair of braids that pointed directly upward. He wore a green Taoist robe with 3 small golden swords strapped to each shoulder, and his large bright eyes were very adorable to behold. Greetings, Brother Hanju. My bonded python was only able to reach this stage after I fed it a rare spirit herb that I unintentionally stumbled upon. It seems that your powers have also been enhanced since we last met, the azure-armored devilish being said in a cold voice as he turned his frosty gaze toward the young child. I've been preparing for many years for this trip into the spirit realm, so it's only natural that I've improved somewhat, the young child replied with a smile. Seeing as our two races have both arrived, let's join forces. I'm sure even the most powerful of the human cultivators in this area won't be able to withstand our collective forces, the azure-armored devilish being suggested. My thoughts, exactly. The young child agreed to the proposal in an elated manner before suddenly yelling into the devilish chi, "Come on out, my children." As soon as his voice trailed off, a buzzing sound rang out from within the sea of devilish chi. Initially, it wasn't very loud, but the sound quickly crescendoed as countless devilish insects surged out of the black chi in a frenzy. These devilish insects were each around the size of a human head, and they were like identical miniature replicas of the giant praying mantis beneath the young child's feet. There were so many of them that they virtually encompassed the entire heavens, and the torrential outpour of devilish insects continued for a long while before finally drawing to a halt. These insects flapped their short purple wings as they hovered at a low altitude beneath the devilish chi, and there were around 700,000 to 800,000 of them. Such an enormous swarm of insects would present an extremely harrowing sight even to a body integration cultivator. However, the azure-armored devilish being wasn't alarmed by this at all. He let loose a low cry, and all of the three-eyed devilish pythons around him immediately surged downward, then vanished into the soil amid flashes of spiritual light. After that, he tapped his foot against his giant python steed, and it flew off toward a certain direction as a burst of azure light. The young child chuckled upon seeing this before letting loose a long cry, then sped off toward the same direction atop his giant devilish insect steed. A stir ran through the fearsome swarm of insects upon hearing this sound, and they immediately followed along as an enormous sea of insects. After that, more hordes of devilish beasts of different numbers and appearances emerged from the devilish chi, then rushed off toward different directions, led by high-grade devilish beings from their respective races. Judging from their erratic actions, it seemed that they didn't have any set targets. After a total of 13 waves of devilish beasts had emerged from the sea of churning devilish chi, peace and quiet resumed once again. On this occasion, a full hour passed before the devilish chi began to churn again. The sound of dull drumming rang out from within, followed by a series of resounding booms. The entire sea of devilish chi was stirred up into a frenzy, and arcs of silver lightning appeared without any warning alongside rumbling thunderclaps. At the same time, violent spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the gargantuan sea of devilish chi suddenly expanded by over a third of its original size. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of massive objects slowly emerged from the depths of the devilish chi. These objects resembled inky black pyramids with giant shimmering silver runes engraved onto their surfaces. The undersides of these pyramids were several tens of kilometers in size, and they descended from the heavens like a series of small cities. However, it wasn't a simple matter for these gigantic structures to descend. As soon as they appeared, they were bombarded relentlessly by the silver lightning within the devilish chi. Furthermore, ripples were constantly surging and warping over their surfaces, as if they were threatening to tear the structures apart. The silver runes on these giant pyramids lit up to ward off all of the resistance, and they finally began to slowly land on the ground amid earth-shattering booms, instantly erasing all of the mountains, forests, and rivers beneath them. Only after close to 2 hours did these gigantic objects finally all complete their landings, and immediately thereafter, a resounding boom rang out as the silver runes on one of the faces of each pyramid lit up. A series of massive silver gates then appeared on those faces before slowly opening outward, and the sound of rumbling drumming erupted from within the gargantuan pyramids. One glossy black canoe after another surged out of the huge silver gates, and each canoe was only just over 100 feet in length. They were all entirely enshrouded in layers of black light, and there was an extremely menacing fiend celestial carved onto the front of each of the canoes, while a dozen or so extremely sharp and long blades were protruding out of each of the canoe's 2 sides. Through the black light, one could just barely make out 5 or 6 armored devilish beings seated on each canoe while holding sharp blades. These canoes didn't fly for very far, they merely began to revolve in the air around the giant pyramid they had each emerged from. After over 100 black canoes had been released out of each pyramid, groups of red-armored winged devilish beings began to emerge. They were either wielding long halberds or bows and arrows, and in the instant they surged out of the silver gates, they rose up into the air before dispersing in all directions as if they were standing guard. Spiritual light then flashed from the silver gates, and streaks of light of different colors erupted forth from within. As the light faded, a series of humanoid figures appeared in mid-air. These humanoid figures were comprised of both men and women, and some of them wore long robes, some were clad in suits of armor, and there were even some who were wearing nothing on their upper bodies. However, one thing that they had in common was that all of them were enshrouded in churning devilish chi. A series of cracks and pops rang out from the bodies of several of these humanoid figures, and they quickly transformed into devilish beings with 2 heads and 4 arms. Their original heads retained their initial appearance, but their second heads were all extremely sinister and terrifying to behold. Following their transformations, these devilish beings raised their heads and roared up into the heavens with excitement and bloodlust, as if they could barely hold back their desire for slaughter. The other devilish beings who hadn't yet transformed all turned to their companions with disdainful expressions. One of them was an elderly man with a head of red hair and a hook nose, and after appraising the lush scenery in the distance with a complex look in his eyes for a while, he murmured to himself, I didn't think that I would get to see this again during my lifetime. Even if I perish in this realm, I won't have any regrets. The red-haired elderly man's voice had been very quiet, but it was still overheard by one of his companions. This was another elderly man in a set of black robes with a golden belt around his waist, and he chuckled, "Why so pessimistic, Brother Shaw? The sacred ancestors have already informed us that this sacred ceremony will be very different from those held in the past. If everything goes according to plan, our race could completely take over an area of the spirit realm. If we can make significant contributions during the sacred sacrifice, then we can apply to stay in the spirit realm to guard our territory here. This is an extremely rare opportunity for those like us who've ascended to the Elder Devil realm." "You're right, Brother Sanyang, we ascended to the Elder Devil realm, so we've become members of the Elder Devil race. However, it would naturally be vastly fortunate for us if we could remain in the spirit realm following this battle," the red-haired elderly man replied with a nod. The same conversation was taking place in hushed tones among everyone else. Right at this moment, a rumbling noise suddenly rang out from within the silver gates of the giant pyramids, following which everyone was greeted by the sound of a series of extremely heavy footsteps. The runes around the silver gates flashed, and more groups of devilish beings suddenly emerged. These devilish beings had cracked gray skin that was completely devoid of hair, looking as if they were stone golems. They were just barely humanoid in shape, but each of them had 4 thick arms, and every single one of their footsteps made the nearby earth tremble, clearly indicating that they were astonishingly heavy. These stone devils were each over 100 feet tall, and over 1,000 of them emerged from each giant pyramid. They then stood in front of the pyramids and arranged themselves into several orderly rows, looking much more docile and organized than expected. Their leaders then let loose low roars in unison, and gray light began to flash from the bodies of these stone devils, following which they disintegrated into what appeared to be soft mud and disappeared into the soil down below. Moments later, the earth within a radius of thousands of kilometers abruptly began to tremor, following which the ground abruptly tore open. Yellow light flashed, and one earthen wall after another erupted out of the ground. In no more than 10 minutes, an enormous city wall that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been erected. However, even though the wall was over 1,000 feet tall, it was extremely crude and rough. There was earth and soil constantly crumbling off its surface, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed from the ground in front of the wall, and the gray stone devils re-emerged before quickly thrusting their palms toward it. As they did so, pillars of light that were as thick as large bowls erupted from their hands and struck the earthen wall, following which a string of crackling sounds rang out. Upon being struck by the pillars of light, gray flowers of light bloomed all over the wall before spreading in all directions. All of the soft and vulnerable earth was then transformed into resolute gray stone in the wake of this gray light. These stone devils possessed the ability to transform earth into stone. As a result, under the collective efforts of so many stone devils, the enormous earthen structure was virtually instantly transformed into a seamless city wall. The same rumbling sounds were incessantly ringing out in other directions as well, as other sections of the wall were rapidly being erected. Thus, within the span of 2 hours, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had been encompassed within this massive stone wall. At this point, a series of indistinct ghostly figures that were enshrouded in black chi flew out of the pyramids. These ghostly figures flew in a completely weightless manner as if they possessed no physical bodies, and they all flew into the city wall, upon which a series of formations of different sizes appeared on the wall's surface. Aside from the size disparities, all of the formations were completely identical, as if they had been engraved by the same person. After that, the ghostly figures re-emerged and flew back into the giant pyramids, paying no heed to the other devilish beings present. Thus, time slowly passed, and a city of stone was being quickly erected beneath the sea of devilish chi. The stone devils worked tirelessly, constructing buildings of other styles around the giant stone pyramids, which stood at the center of the city. There were also some high-grade devilish beings who were setting up some profound restrictions in each corner, and layers of restriction fluctuations soon enshrouded the entire massive city. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the tip of the pyramid that was situated at the very center of the city, and it abruptly parted. A resounding rumbling noise rang out, and a giant sacrificial altar that looked as if it had been entirely stained with blood slowly rose up. There were a series of unintelligible ancient characters inscribed around the altar, and an overwhelming odor of blood and gore erupted from it. What was even more peculiar was that at the center of the altar stood a tall and broad humanoid figure who was entirely enshrouded within a layer of crimson light. As soon as this humanoid figure appeared, all of the high-grade devilish beings present knelt down on one knee with solemn looks on their faces. The devilish beings that were further away didn't know what was going on, but they all immediately followed suit as well. The collective voice of countless devilish beings then rang out in unison. "We pay our respects to sacred ancestor Shuaiguang." However, the humanoid figure on the altar paid no heed to this. He merely inspected his surroundings in an indifferent manner before looking up at the sea of devilish chi overhead. The humanoid figure's eyes were as piercing and dazzling as stars, creating a very unforgettable sight. All of a sudden, he raised an arm before extending a translucent palm, then waved it through the air, seemingly in a nonchalant manner. An earth-shattering boom immediately rang out, and close to half of the devilish chi within the inky black sea up above suddenly began to churn violently. The devilish chi then converged in a frenzy before forming a massive inky black staff amid a flash of spiritual light. The staff was shaped like a WIRM with a ghostly head, and it had peculiar patterns running all over its surface. It descended toward the sacrificial altar, and the fingers on the crimson figure's outstretched hand moved ever so slightly. The enormous staff, which was over 1,000 feet in length, began to shrink during its descent, and by the time it landed in sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's grasp, it had shrunk down to only around 20 feet in length. Sacred ancestor Shuaiguang held the staff in one hand and began to chant a solemn incantation. As he did so, the menacing ghostly head on the top of the staff opened its silver ghostly eyes, then opened its mouth to expel a series of black runes. These runes then quickly transformed into giant black flowers that drifted toward all parts of the city. After a short while, the giant flowers had spread to every corner of the city. Right at this moment, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's chanting ceased, and he abruptly rubbed the black staff between both of his hands, upon which it exploded into a ball of black light. The black light rippled and proliferated outward in all directions as invisible spiritual fluctuations. Upon coming into contact with these fluctuations, the giant black flowers instantly exploded, forming bursts of inky black devilish chi that permeated through the air. Thus, the entire giant city was instantly enshrouded under boundless devilish chi. In the instant that this devilish chi settled over the bodies of all of the half-knelled devilish beings present, all of them were instantly reinvigorated, and their magic power and energy all began to recover at a rapid rate. Sacred ancestor Shuaiguang clasped his hands behind his back, then ordered in an implacable voice, "Construct 3 more sacred cities within 3 days, then rest for 7 days. After everyone has gathered, immediately attack the largest human cultivator stronghold nearby. Your wish is our command." Countless devilish beings cheered in unison within the giant city. Meanwhile, the same scenes were unfolding beneath all of the devilish marks in the human and demon territories. Under the largest of those devilish marks, there was a huge human city that had been constructed along a gargantuan tree that stretched all the way up to the heavens. Several body integration cultivators were standing in the air above a certain pavilion that was halfway up the tree, and they were all appraising the sea of devilish chi in the distance with grim expressions. Thousands of kilometers away from Heavenly Yuan Sovereign City, a monk and a Taoist priest were wielding a copper mirror and a round bowl, respectively, unleashing countless streaks of light from the two treasures to slay a group of devilish beings with snake heads and horse bodies. However, a sharp hiss of fury suddenly rang out in the distance, following which a gust of devilish wind blew toward them at an incredible speed. "Run! The high-grade devilish beings are coming!" The Taoist priest immediately yelled upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from the bodies of both him and the monk, and they flew directly toward the heavenly Yuan sovereign city. On a barren plain in the territory of the demon race, there were several armies engaged in a fierce war. One side was comprised of hundreds of thousands of gray wolves, while the other consisted of over 10,000 blue devilish lions. The wolves were each several tens of feet in length, and they all had green light flashing within their eyes. They were clearly low-grade demon beasts that possessed some demonic power. In contrast, the blue devilish lions were even larger than these giant wolves. All of them had short black horns that were several inches in length on their heads, and they were blasting attacks such as fireballs and ice spikes out of their mouths. As these two armies were battling one another, there was also an extremely grueling battle taking place up above between thousands of snowy white giant falcons and a horde of two-headed flying snakes. The white falcons had powerful talons with silver arcs of lightning revolving around them, while the two-headed snakes were able to expel extremely lethal poison out of their mouths. Beings from both sides were constantly falling from above, but as soon as their carcasses landed among the lions and wolves down below, they were instantly devoured without a trace. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.